Two, check. Two. Two, hello, check. What are we thinking? I was a little more adventurous this time. The last haircut it was a slight suggestion of a mullet, a little hint of a mullet. A little more adventurous this time. Also, Bing AI wouldn't generate an image with Rob Rousseau with the mullet. It says it's unsafe content. It is. It is unsafe. It is McCartney vibes. That's right. That's exactly what I was going for. The 80s McCartney. That was my reference image. Add the mutton chops for authenticity. I cannot grow them, unfortunately. I just can't. Nothing grows there. Hey 27 Club. Even if I wanted to, I could not do that. Mutton chop extensions or mutton chop transplant. I'm gonna get mutton chop transplant. Now, I'm not just getting started early because I wanted to show off my haircut. I'm also just hungry. I want to eat my lunch. This is leftovers from what I made last night. Some rice and chicken thigh and carrots and bok choy and mushroom and garlic with a bunch of spices and stuff in there. I could honestly eat this every single day. I really do. I really do. I really think I could eat this meal every night. I could make this exact same meal every night, and I don't know if I would ever get tired of it. Like, I feel like I've been eating this multiple times a week for like months now. And I'm not even close to being tired of it. I really recommend it, Sean, honestly. Like, everyone has different activities, that help them, but honestly for me, cooking has been like over the last year has helped me a lot, I think, as just something that I can do to focus on, work on getting better, try and improve. I would throw some sriracha in there. Well, there was chili oil in it. I think it could. I don't have any sriracha. I do have some more chili crisp, and I am thinking about adding some, Husker. Like, it already is a little bit spicy, but it could definitely be more spicy. Yeah, it's really helped out, honestly. Trying to get better at things. TikTok is a really good resource for cooking stuff. Yeah, Husker, I got chili crisp for a recipe because I was looking at recipes for peanut sauce, and this recipe was like, oh, you just get some chili crisp, and I just went and got some. And since I started getting that, which was Lao Gan Ma, which I didn't realize at the time was like one of the globally most successful condiments now at this point. I didn't and I posted about it on Twitter one time, just being like, I love this stuff. I didn't know it was a thing. And like thousands of people were like, that's Lao Gan Ma, yes. Then I saw the John Cena thing when John Cena talks in Mandarin about how much he loves Lao Gan Ma, which is one of the funniest things. It was a real game changer. Can't find it locally, but I think the Trader Joe's spicy chili garlic crisp is close. I mean, it's all probably pretty similar. I think the Lao Gan Ma was just what kick-started the trend.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Chin chin. Cooking is very therapeutic unless your kitchen is a permanent riot like mine. Yeah. I was talking about yesterday, I was struggling with that a little bit. That makes it a lot more difficult. And having the sink full of dishes can be psychologically draining as well. I had to do a bunch of dishes. And then you do the thing where it's like you've got a sink full of dishes and you do the dishes and then cook. And then it's like right back to being messy again. It's like, oh man, that's hard. Psychologically, that's difficult. Ground Level News, thanks for the Tier 1. 9 months of Tier 1 from Ground Level News. Thank you for that. Don't live in the filth, Sean. It's not good. I don't want to go all Jordan Peterson on you, but it's really not good. I know you get used to it. I've been there. Believe me, I've lived in some shitty apartments. Some shitty, filthy apartments. The thing is, I don't even think you do, though. I think you tell yourself that you're used to it. But I think every day, Sean, and listen, I don't want to psychoanalyze you, but I think every day you have that thought being like, God, I hate this. And then you go, no, I'm used to it. But really, you look around and you go like, this is a reflection on me. This reflects on me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. That's good, Sean. I don't want to sit here and say that I'm like Mr. Neat. I'm not at all. I'm definitely trying to be better. I definitely don't live in a messy, shitty, like hot couch apartment anymore. I've lived in many of those in my 20s. I'm definitely not there. I do have a kid too who's here a lot, so there's clutter and there's kid stuff lying around, but yeah, that's it. I'm not Mr. Clean or anything, Mr. Neat, but it's definitely bad. I've definitely improved. I got to get better at doing the deep cleans. Like my bathroom needs a full, all the surfaces down on the hands and knees, rubber gloves, scrubbing away, mop. My bathroom really needs that right now. I'm going to be honest. And that is one thing I have not done. I keep putting it off, and I know I'm going to feel better when it's done. Oh, okay, that was good. That was good. Oh, yeah. Okay, feeling good. We're feeling good here. I don't know if any real updates for you. Was the haircut is the new big thing that's going on. We did an Insurgents podcast episode last night with Mac, aka Good Politic Guy, whose content I enjoy. It was good to talk to him. It was a good episode. That should be coming out pretty soon. What else do we got going on? I finally finished watching Name of the Rose last night, which is really like the ultimate dad movie. It's really a movie I remember. I specifically remember my dad watching in like the late 80s, early 90s. And it took me a record number of sessions to get through this film. I think it took me 5 attempts to make it through. I kept on watching 20 minutes and falling asleep. It is a little bit like that, but it's good. I enjoyed it a lot, actually. Name of the Rose, Raven. Name of the Rose. It's based on an Umberto Eco novel, and it's like a murder mystery that takes place in this abbey. This, like, is it a monastery? Is it an abbey? I think it's an abbey in the 13th century. And you've got Sean Connery as this kind of like unconventional, kind of interesting monk, and he gets sent to this abbey with his apprentice, played by Christian Slater. And he gets sent to this abbey where there's all kinds of dark shit going on, and there's been some unexplained deaths. And he's kind of like he's like a monk Sherlock Holmes kind of guy. He's like a murder mystery. There's like secret. He's an abbot that doesn't play by the rules. No, not an abbot, but there's a sinister abbot at this in this abbey, who may or may not be involved in some of the goings on, the disturbing events. Yeah, and he's interested. He's into like philosophy and reading, and he wants to laugh and joke around and have fun, and like all the other monks are all like doing self-flagellating and being, creepy. And there's like secret passageways, and there's a whole like labyrinth inside the abbey and a secret library, and it's this mystery. It's cool. It's kind of a mix of a bunch of different things. I definitely recommend it. It's great to look at. Great to look at. Great photography. The score is nice. It's kind of disturbing. Definitely some weird imagery that just probably stuck in my head when I saw glimpses of my dad watching it when I was a little kid. No, not War of the Roses with Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner. Although I think that might be pretty good. I just haven't seen it in a really long time. Ron Perlman's in there. As he's like a hunchback, like kind of this weird kind of creepy dude in the abbey. He's this hunchback, and he's like I don't know what his deal is. He's always speaking all these different languages at the same time, and he's like kind of nonsensical. Interesting Ron Perlman performance. They definitely played on kind of Ron Perlman's weird looks. And F. Murray Abraham shows up as this like inquisitor, this very reactionary inquisitor that just wants to show up and start burning people. He's just excited to get to the burning. And Sean Connery's trying to like solve this mystery, and F. Murray Abraham shows up, and he's just like, when do we burn people? Let's get this show in the road here. Let's start burning. He wants to burn first and ask questions later. Anyway, it's a good movie. I recommend it. It's good. It's enjoyable. even though it took me 5 different sittings to watch the whole thing. If you like Name of the Rose, go play Pentiment. Is that like a video game? What's that? I watched my Oilers destroy your Maple Laughs last night. Cool, Jay. I have no connection to the Maple Laughs, as you call them. I have no connection to it. I have no investment in that franchise. I don't watch hockey. You know, I'm not. This means nothing to me. In fact, congratulations to the Oilers. In fact, I probably prefer the Oilers in terms of hockey franchises because of their legacy, their historic legacy in the game. So your little taunts mean nothing to me. It's weird. Now that I use Firefox, it just pops up when I open this window. Usually I have to set it up myself. I guess I should have been using Firefox this whole time.
Within these walls, men come to seek God.
It's such a dad
He has
movie,
come
guys. Although
to
whether
seek
you're a
a
dad or not, I
killer.
think I would recommend it.
We found the body horribly mutilated under a window which was found closed. Somebody told you.
A man of reason in a world of blind faith.
Yes, small blood here.
You mean that he committed suicide?
Elementary.
And a crime that could not be suppressed.
Ink stains.
He did not write with his tongue, I presume.
I don't like this place.
I find it most stimulating.
Should we tell him?
No.
I am most curious to see the library for myself. May I do so?
No.
But what if he should learn it of his own accord?
Written with lemon juice. Hey! Who's
Secret
there?
messages.
You
secret
overestimate
passages.
his talents.
This one, I grant you, did not commit suicide.
When he is
It
challenged
is
by a
based on
man
a
of
book
cruelty
series, yeah.
and power, the hunter
There's definitely Abraham
becomes the
Shannon.
hunted.
There it is.
Brethren, if you please! The matter has occurred of the utmost gravity. Had someone else not chosen to look in the wrong direction, several men of God might still be with us.
Other monks will meet their deaths here, and they also will have blackened fingers and blackened tongues.
His fang is black, just as Brother William foretold.
Yes, I was right.
He knew, just as I, too, would have known had I been the murderer.
You go that way.
Lock them up!
Motherfucker.
One final murder has been planned.
Master? How do we get
Giving away a
some
lot of
difficulty.
movie on this trailer.
And it's his. Sean Connery. F. Murray Abraham. The Name of the Rose. A story of unholy murder.
We already discussed the cleaned up corporate look. That's right. Imagine if I showed up one day with just with a suit. Can you imagine that? If I just showed a full suit and I started promoting all kinds of mainstream narratives, and I started doing like both sides, liberal journalism, and just never mentioned it, and the statue is gone. It was replaced by a statue of like Obama or somebody. Corporate Rob. The ultimate heel turn, exactly. I'm sorry. Just please indulge me. I just saw this. I really like when they do these like, they take these old movies and turn them into modern trailers. That's a shtick that I always think is pretty fun. I want to see the modern trailer version now. Have a blunderbuss on the wall. I did do most of the chores, St. Lotus. I washed the dishes. I tidied up a little bit. Could it be tidier? Yes, it could. But I did do a bunch of stuff. It's definitely in a better situation than it was yesterday.
Having reached the end of my poor sinner's life, I prepare to leave on this parchment my testimony as to the wondrous and terrible events that I witnessed in my youth in a remote abbey in the dark north of Italy towards the end of the year of our Lord 1327.
This one looks better too.
I
They
am
got
honored to welcome you and your Franciscan brothers to our abbey.
I'm sorry to see that one of your brethren has recently been gathered unto God.
We praise Almighty God that there are no grounds for suspecting the presence of an evil spirit among us.
Leave this place at once. The devil is roaming this abbey.
I think this shit creeped me out when I was a kid. There's a part where there's this. There's some weird gore stuff. I think when I was a kid, it really messed me up.
We must not allow ourselves to be influenced by irrational rumors of the Antichrist. Let us instead exercise our brains and try to solve this tantalizing conundrum.
I shall now ask you to refrain from further investigations.
There is only one authority capable of investigating such matters: the Holy Inquisition.
Who among your brethren is the heretic responsible for these murders?
Guilty is Remigio de Varagine.
That's a lie.
You may burn Brother Remigio, but you will not put a stop to the crimes being committed in this abbey. Other monks will meet their deaths here, and they also will have blackened fingers and blackened tongues.
This guy just loves burning people. What that guy was doing, that's what I do, and I don't make the subject at night. Is that what you want, chat? That's what I do. I take one of those flippy things and I self-flagellate myself. That's on me. The modern version trailer was a lot better too, and it was using the high def transfer. Anyways, thank you for indulging me. Thank you for indulging me on this show where I now watched 2 trailers for the 1987 monk murder mystery, The Name of the Rose. I don't know why I chose to do that, but it's a good movie. Good movie. I recommend it. Yeah, F. Murray Abraham definitely had a moment in that period, right? Diego, with his unforgettable performance as Salieri in Mozart, and this. It's definitely part of the dad canon. Absolutely. Remember the 80s, only on Twitch. It's something I've been thinking about. It's weird because like when my dad was 40, he wasn't just looking into all the stuff that his dad was into. But now here I am and I'm 40 and I listen to Steely Dan all the time. I'm watching Name of the Rose at night. You know? What is with that? I don't know what's going on with that. I'm trapped in the nostalgia loop, but I genuinely also think that stuff was better. Like, again, you just look at that movie, it just looks better. It's shot on film. It looks gorgeous. It can be a totally mediocre film. There's so many mediocre films from the 80s, and they just look fantastic. They look so much better than modern films because they're shot and lit competently. They're shot on film. There's beautiful photography. And they're lit competently and they look terrific. Stuff was better when I was younger, says Canadian blogger. But that's my point, though, is that in the 80s, in the nostalgia period that I'm trapped in, I don't think there was that sentiment. People weren't sitting around watching films from the... maybe some people were. But they were just like back in my day, just listening to exclusively from stuff from like the late 50s and early 60s and stuff. Maybe they were. I don't know. Because 80s music and film was amazing. That's true. That's a good point. It was. Amadeus, Name of the Rose, and Last Action Hero. Was F. Murray Abraham in that? I think you might be confusing him with Charles Dance, Diego. Charles Dance was in Last Action Hero. Old movies aren't 3 hours either. They could make a good complete movie in 90, 100 minutes. I love that. Yeah, for sure. Give me a hour and 45 minute runtime. Hour 50. Love it. Oh, Ropes into Eden. I love the gated snare sound. Is there any director that still uses 35 millimeter? I mean, I think Tarantino does sometimes. Amadeus is funny because I don't know if anyone has, like, if you use TikTok a lot, I don't know if everyone else is like this, but like the TikTok algorithm, just like, it's like, today we're going to look at scenes from Amadeus. I don't know why. I don't know who decided this, but does anyone have this where their algorithm is like this? And then it's like every 10th video that you scroll is, here's Amadeus again. Here's another scene from Amadeus. Last week it was Amadeus for me. There's been a couple of other movies like that. Oh, okay. I guess I have to watch Last Action Hero again, Diego. I'd forgotten about that part. The other day was Flight, the Denzel Washington movie Flight. I just all of a sudden, my TikTok algorithm is like, now today we're going to remember the movie Flight, which is not even like that old of a movie. It was fairly recent. It's pretty good, but like, it's just weird. Like, who's deciding this? My TikTok algorithm is just like, here's what we're doing today. We're going to see a bunch of scenes from the movie Flight. I would like to watch Amadeus again as well. It's fun. Did the main actor from Amadeus ever... It seems like that was his big... He made this one movie, which was hugely successful in the 80s. And then, I don't know if he ever really did all that much. He certainly didn't wasn't a lead of a lot of movies. Oh, for sure, Jay. John McTiernan, an absolute legend. An absolute legend. I mean, just setting aside Hunt for Red October and Last Action Hero and Die Hard 3, just doing Predator and Die Hard back to back in an 18-month span about John McTiernan shot Predator and Die Hard. That's just legend shit. I have not seen 13th Warrior. I remember it. It's based on a Michael Crichton novel, isn't it? With Antonio Banderas is in there. I've never seen it. I had never seen Hunt for Red October either, and I watched it recently. I watched it last summer. And it's a good movie, but I was so angry about it. So I just wanted all the traitors on the defecting Red October submarine to face justice for their crimes. They abandoned socialism so they could become hog Americans. No offense. And you have Sam Neill being like, I just want to live in Montana. You know, you're an important figure in this Soviet submarine. against the greatest imperialist enemy in the world, and you just want to join the other team. I had no sympathy. I had no sympathy whatsoever. Still quite shocked. I switched on Twitch last night to see a Yemeni lad being interviewed. And you know what? Like, really, kudos to Hassan for doing that interview. We can even watch some of it today. Like, honestly, at a time when you have all the media now pushing this narrative about why it's important to bomb Yemen, all these, like, people on Twitter... People on Twitter being like, how dare you say anything positive about Yemen and these Houthis? Don't you know they do this and this and this and this? Look at these community notes. Look at these Saudi state media community notes. These are evil terrorist monsters. You know, the very same people, by the way, who just a few weeks ago were like, why are you only talking about Palestine? Don't you ever talk about Yemen? Don't you talk about Yemen? The same people. We must bomb Yemen 2 weeks later. Bomb them. And the fact that Hassan used his platform to, like, humanize some of the people, that, you know, they're not just the Houthis, the evil, terrifying Houthis. They're, you know, human beings that have, like, hopes and aspirations and values, you know? I really, really respect that Hassan did that interview. I thought that was really cool. Yeah, Hassan stopped talking about Yemen because Saudi Arabia stopped bombing them. And that's the thing. Like, many of us have been talking about Yemen for years because we were disgusted and horrified by the U.S.-backed blockade and bombing campaign against the Houthis for years, which created, up until recently, the worst humanitarian disaster in the world. Yeah, no, I agree, Husker. I mean, it's just, what a nonsensical system that's in place. You know, when people's accounts and content is being banned for just saying basically true things, or for not just jumping into this, like, kill the terrorists, like, thing, or trying to provide some different kind of perspective, or to talk about the context of how these groups form and operate in the first place. Anyway, honestly, I really did appreciate that he did that. Like, just thinking about, like, that fucking tweet from the other day when I said that Yemen is doing more to protect human rights and international law than almost any country right now. Hundreds of people, thousands of people going, ah! All the debate bros streamers were so up in arms about it. They had their little minions, their little flying monkeys coming into this chat, demanding that I come and debate them or whatever. Talking about the community notes. You know? All you tankies are just genocide bad. That's right. The U.S. also put Ansar Allah back on the terror list, basically only to punish and starve Yemen's population again. And listen, it didn't work the first time. It did not work. The Houthis in Yemen defeated the Saudis. They outlasted them. They survived that campaign and, in fact, became more powerful during that period. Like, people were pointing out, oh, Yemen, the Houthis, it's just this, like, Iran-backed rebel group. It's not. It's like the de facto government of most of Yemen. And that has become possible through this bombing campaign. So if these American imperialists and their running dogs in the media or whatever else think that they can just, oh, the Houthis are about to find out. They fucked around and they're about to find out. They've been through the worst that you can possibly throw at them, and they became stronger through that period. So what delusional belief makes you think that you can just go, oh, now we're pissed off. Now we're going to start bombing them. We're going to put them on the terror list again. Now they're really screwed. Why would that intimidate anybody? They've been through that, and they survived that and became more powerful as a result.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
79 but said in French.
King Window, thanks for the 39 months of Tier 1 and for all the support. 79 but said in French. 79, if you say it in French, is 6019. Just a totally nonsensical way to count, to add up numbers. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 6010, 6011, 6012, 6013. Like, what are we doing here? You know? What is this? What are we doing here? Belgians say September.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Do you condemn Hamas?
Ice Tray, thank you for the 26 months Tier 1. And no. I appreciate that, Ice Tray. Thank you for that. Iran-backed terrorist group attacks global shipping. They just want to do terrorism. That's right. They just love to blow stuff up. That's the only reason. Only we're allowed to do blockades, okay? Only we're allowed to decide who gets blockaded and who doesn't. By the way, I should mention as well, if you're tuning in today and you enjoy this program and you want to support this show, support the work that I do here on Twitch every day, subs are always appreciated and welcome. Also tips as well. If anyone's watching today and feels like supporting me and the work that I do, I can't stress enough. The tips are incredibly valuable to me right now. If you watch this show, you like to tune in, you want to support the work that I do, you want to support the community, if you can, please send a tip. It would be extremely helpful right now. And of course, subs, gifted subs, bits, all that stuff, also welcome. But I got to mention this a couple times. That mullet didn't cut itself. I take it you see China's call for a Palestinian state. Yeah, no, I mean, they've been pretty clear about that over the last couple of months. It seems like 27 Club. I know, like, there's some people that have kind of criticized them. They want them to go further, and they're kind of in their foreign policy. They want to put more pressure on Israel, and that's something that I'm pretty sympathetic to. But I think in terms of like geopolitical powers, they still probably have the best position right now in terms of like the powerful countries. They've been very consistent, and not only like calling for a Palestinian state, but talking about the ongoing violence and talking about October 7th in the context of the decades of occupation and apartheid. Like, they've been pretty clear when you look at Chinese media talking about that. And showing the destruction of Gaza. By the way, China will vote against motion in ICJ. I'm sorry to say, my prediction. I guess we're going to see. I guess we're going to see. I thought previously they were more two-state, not one Palestinian state. No, I think they are still. I think they're still calling for a two-state solution, but I would be interested to hear, their analysis of what that would look like and how that would work with the decades of settlements. As we've talked about many times, that's the big impediment to the idea of a two-state solution ever existing. Israel has made that really, really difficult, in my view, pretty much impossible. With the decades of settlements, that's the whole purpose of these illegal settlements in the first place. So, if they are still calling for like a two-state solution with a sovereign, democratic Palestinian state, I would be interested to see how that's going to work. Yeah, they're saying 67 borders. I guess that's the thing is like, how does that work in practice? How is that going to work in practice? Subject the settlers to the West Bank to Palestinian military rule and law. I mean, I don't know if that would be that great of a situation to stay in. Bomb the settlements into oblivion and then deny that you're doing war crimes is apparently how you do it. Yeah, if Israel can do it, why can't anyone do that? I guess that's how this works. I guess that's how the rules-based order and international law works, so why wouldn't they? I don't know. I mean, as we've been talking about lately, it's really kind of like a crazy moment every single day, wondering whether this is going to expand even more. I saw like in the U.S. government as well, you have Bernie Sanders now trying to do something. He's tried to pass a resolution to at least do some kind of investigation into whether Israel is committing human rights violations before they send them more aid, which of course did not pass. Which is incredible also. Given the fact that the country that we're questioning whether there might be human rights violations happening is being accused of genocide right now in the International Court of Justice. Yeah, I mean, I talked about it last night. I mean, it's good to see anyone trying to do what they can within this, like, the system of the U.S. government, trying to do what they can to put a stop to this. I do feel like Bernie just failed the moment, though, ultimately. I appreciate that he's better than a lot of other people that caucus with the Democrats on this. He's doing something, but the idea that it took so long for Bernie to say, like, ceasefire when his own constituents, his own staffers, his former staffers were getting arrested in his own office. And the daily like carnage that we were seeing coming out of Gaza, I don't know what the fucking holdup was. Let's see what we can take a look at here. Twitch just ran an Air Force banner ad over you. Oh, good. That's wonderful. Bernie's terrified of the establishment Dem machine with good reason. Seeing what happened to Nader shook him to his core. But at the same time, it's like, what the fuck? Bernie in his campaign was like, we're going to take on this establishment. We're going to take on this establishment. And now he's like, you know, it got to a point, it's like, well, maybe not take on that much. Maybe we can just, now that I have lost, we can work with the establishment. It's kind of totally contradictory with how he kind of framed these things. And rather than being angry about what happened to him, about being done so dirty by the Democratic Party establishment, he still insists on trying to make nice with these people and is so terrified of being remembered as the Nader that helped Trump win or did this or did that, when he's the one fucking person that was trying to stop that outcome from happening while the Dems were enabling it. You know, who cares what they say about you? They're going to say that about anyone that doesn't play ball with them. I'm just going to find some stuff to look at. Yeah, I mostly agree with that, Relic. I think it's kind of sad, yeah, to work your whole career to be put in a position where you have a certain measure of independence and you can really like go for it, you know? And the fact that at the end of his life like that, he's still pulled back. You know, he got to the point where the brass ring was in reach and he kind of stumbled. He kind of faltered. You know? I think that's kind of sad. Let's see here. Let's see what we've got here. Just trying to find some stuff we can watch here. We've got Ben Norden. This is from a couple days ago. I remember that one moment where he said, "No, I don't think Hillary is qualified." Down at the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah, that was great. Or remember Rashida Tlaib? Yeah, I'll boo. I'll boo. Everyone got so upset about that. We also knew at the time that he wasn't perfect on foreign policy. Also, with regards to Israel, that's absolutely true. But he also was way more willing to criticize Israel than a lot of people that caucus with the Democratic Party. You know? he had been way more liberal with like making these kinds of critiques and bucking the sort of Democratic Party establishment on this, which is why it's been frustrating, I think, to over the last 3 months, the way that like he kind of faltered from that moment. And I just, I think it's good that he's doing stuff now. It's something, but there was a time when he could have really made an impact, and unfortunately it just didn't happen. Allowing a few months of genocide without calling for a ceasefire, or as I like to say, was less than perfect. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Absolutely. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this Hassan interview.
I'm trying to interview the young Yemeni, in quotes, pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down, okay?
I didn't watch this.
This is the guy. Yeah, Timothy Chalamet. Brogan is definitely going to find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the Discord. That's crazy. I was wondering why I got a notification. Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best to talk on? Is that a good way to say it? He said Instagram. Okay, that works. He said, Hasna, wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting. Bro, this dude is a professional, dude. He said, wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting, dog. Let's see if this works. I'm calling now. Oh my God, it's working. All right. So what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
Rashid. اسمك راشد صح؟
أيوة راشد.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid. How old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
قد إيه عمرك ومن وين أنت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من محافظة إب.
He's 19 and he's from Ib Governorate.
Okay, nice. Okay. How is he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
يعني شو إحساسك هلا إنه هل شفت التغطية على الأخبار؟ هل قرأت المقالات عنك؟
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي تأثير يعني أهم شيء إن إحنا نوقف مع القضية الفلسطينية هذا أهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely. What is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places?
كيف معنوياتكم في اليمن وكيف الإحساس يعني بالشعب هلا باليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي خوف ولا أي تأثير يعني أصلا متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنة يعني شيء طبيعي ما في أي شيء.
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now and they're not scared.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid question.
This is what happens when you grow up just being bombed constantly.
Does he know what One Piece is?
أول شيء بقول لك إنه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي أهبل بس بسألك تعرف شو هو One Piece؟ عمرك سمعت ب One Piece؟
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد One Piece. لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه اللي الحوثيين عم بيسووه زي اللي لوفي اللي بيسويه لوفي.
يعني والله الصدق يعني إحنا يعني أهم شيء إن إحنا واقفين يعني مع فلسطين يعني ما يهمنا يعني ون بيس أو أي شيء يعني إحنا يعني السفن احتجزوها عشان القضية عشان فلسطين بس عشان إيقاف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليس على أي شيء أو غنائم أو أي شيء.
He's saying that again like the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine and it's not for any kind of
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying, that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
بيقول لك هو بيعرف انه ما عم بتوقف.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Adrienne, hello. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream today? How was the Adrienne stream? Welcome, Raiders. Hello. It's nice to see you. It's me, Rob. Do you like my haircut? I got a haircut. Look at this. Look what's going on in the back there. What do we think about that? What do we think about that? Please hit the follow button if you can, if you want to follow. Totally free of charge. Very helpful. I'm getting very close to 10K followers on here. Could you be the lucky chatter who pushes me over the line? Thanks again for the raid, Adrienne. So we're just looking at this interview that Hassan did with this Yemeni guy, now and also known also as Tim Houthi Chalamet. Barfcast, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Little dirty flow in the back. It's right, Adrienne. That's how I operate. That's how I operate. Business on top, workplace function in the back. Absolutely. Thank you, Emperor's New Groove. I agree with that analysis of this. Anyway, just looking at this interview again, I given the way that like now the U.S. is expanding this conflict, bombing these Yemeni positions who are trying to form this blockade to do something to put pressure on Israel to stop their genocide in Palestine. And we've got a bunch of bloodthirsty libs basically like encouraging that and supporting it and suggesting that it's like wrong or immoral to suggest that there's anything moral about like what they're doing right now. So I appreciated that Hassan took the time to do this interview to kind of show that these are like actual people, human beings. They're not just, you can just say, oh, they're just some Iran-backed terrorist group. And then that makes it okay to just like blow them up and kill them because they're trying to stop this genocide from happening. I think it's really valuable to like humanize people and show that there's actual human beings. They're not just numbers or figures. They're not just Iran-backed terrorists. They actually have like ideas and principles and values. And I think interviews like this really go a long way to show that to people. And down the road, many of these same libs will be like, I was against that, or pretend they think it was bad in some way. I mean, again, I mentioned this earlier, Emperor's New Groove, but worth pointing out, a lot of these people that claim to be against the Saudi war in Yemen for years, or if they even talked about it at all, or even a few weeks ago, they're like, why are we focusing on Palestine? Why don't you talk about what's going on in Yemen? And now the very same people are just like, bomb them, bomb the Yemenis, bomb them. They're Iran-backed terrorists. They're pirates. You know, look at this community. I've got a community note here for Saudi state media that shows all the terrible things that they do, you know? So anyway, I appreciated that Hassan did this interview. Let's continue.
انه حجز السفن عشانكم ضد الاباده الجماعيه اللي عم بتصير بفلسطين.
ايوه صح.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly. Okay. Rashid, حسن بدي أسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات، يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك، ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني، يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like what were some experiences that he had that caused him to want to go?
حسن بده يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي، وشو التجارب اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الاشي، وإنه يكون جا بالك إنه تزور هاي السفن؟
والله أنا أحب المغامرات، وطبعا هذا كل لأجل فلسطين يعني، وإن شاء الله في يعني في أشياء بتكون جديد وأشياء مثيرة أكبر.
He says he likes adventures, and he is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Well, one, tell him that this community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or some.
حسن بدي اقول لك انه هو كمان من داعم الفلسطينيين، وهي الجاليه اللي احنا بننتمي لها في امريكا كمان داعمه لفلسطين، وجمعنا اكثر من $1,000,000 يعني تأييد للشعب الفلسطيني. فبده يتاكد انك ما بتفكر انه هو يعني انه امريكي او يعني انه ضدك او اي شيء.
والله اقول لها يعني شكرا الله يعني، ويعني كلنا لازم نحن ان شاء الله يعني تنتصر فلسطين ان شاء الله، يعني النصر قريب لها، واحنا يعني واقفين معاهم لاخر لحظه.
واحنا واقفين معك. هذا اللي بده يحكي لك يا حسن. He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine, and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
What does he think about the fact that American media in general keeps claiming that
I saw Beanie Gaby. That was the rhetoric coming out of the Biden administration as well. These are defensive, de-escalatory strikes, as they literally bomb Yemen in order to protect Israel from having to stop genocide, having to stop their genocide. They're so wedded to this idea of allowing Israel to just do whatever they want, that they'll bomb Yemen. They'll bomb anyone that's trying to meaningfully do anything. I'm surprised they haven't fucking invaded South Africa already. They'll actually bomb Yemen for trying to stop this, And then they'll call it defensive and they'll call it de-escalatory. It's truly fucking backwards.
Reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine. They don't talk about that at all here. How does he feel about that?
شو رأيك بتغطية الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية للمواضيع يعني المعلقة بحجز السفن بالبحر الأحمر؟ يعني حسن بيقول لك إنه الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية يعني بتحكي إنه أو بتدعي إنه أسباب الميليشيات اليمنية لاحتجاز هاي السفن إنه ما إلها داعي أو ما إلها أي رابط بفلسطين. شو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزة، يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزة.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بتدخلوا
I think it's wrong that when you bomb a totally separate people, it's just definitionally not de-escalatory. And also this idea that Israel is de-escalating, like what is that? Where are you getting that info from? Israel's not de-escalating. They're currently they're bombing right now in Khan Yunis in the south, where they told people to evacuate to, continuing to bomb there, just as like in bombing strikes that have been just as bad as it's been throughout the last 3 months. So I don't think that's something that's happening.
في البحر الأحمر أو عم بيحجز السفن لأسباب غير معلقة بفلسطين. فشو رد فعلك لهذا الإشي؟
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني إنهم وقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم، يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بالتواصل الاجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments.
I got N-Syndicate again. I got to remember this. I got to remember this. I got N-Syndicate yet again. Why does this keep happening to me? I gotta get better at this.
Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government or?
What's the response from the people, the government, like both? I mean, is the people separate from the government?
راشد عم بيسألك حسن إنه شو هي ردة الفعل تاعت الشعب والحكومة في اليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله يعني قلت لك يعني انها شيء طبيعي يعني حتى يعني بعض الشعب اليمني فرح لانها امريكا قصفت اليمن يعني فرحوا لانهم بنواجه امريكا يعني مواجهه يعني ضدها.
He's saying that again, like it's nothing new for Yemenis, and actually some Yemenis are like I this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the US because they're confronting the US head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia and UAE, and like do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
حسن بدي أعرف إنه هل أنت يعني بتعتبر إنه التدخل السعودي أو الإماراتي في اليمن هل أنتم إنه باعتباركم هل تدخل السعودية والإمارات يعتبر امتداد للتدخل الأمريكي ولا هل تعتبروهم أشياء مختلفين؟
والله يعني ما فهمت السؤال، لكن يعني السعودية يعني إحنا معها والسعوديين أخواننا كلهم يعني، وحتى اللي ينتشر عبر التواصل الاجتماعي يعني ما في منه، ولا السعوديين والإماراتيين يعني أخوتنا يعني ما شفنا منهم أي شيء يعني. صح إنه كان حرب يعني ضدهم، لكن إحنا الآن إخوان يعني وما في أي حرب بيننا وبينهم يعني، كل شيء تمام يعني. حتى إني دخلت السعودية عمرة يعني احترموني السعوديين يعني ضيفوني وكل شيء والله تمام يعني.
He's saying that right now there's
The chat
no
stresses me
like
out,
animosity
Michelle.
between, like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges that there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't, I mean he doesn't, I guess I don't know, he's not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
That's interesting. That's good. That's probably why it's like more. Oh, whoa. What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried, wasn't it called CAT? The chewing the lead? CAT.
بدي اسالك انه شو صار للطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن؟ بيقول لك انه سمع
Are they having a good time? Are they okay?
بيقول لك انه الطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن انه كيف حالهم وايش عم تعملوا معهم، وانه هل انه عم بيستمتعوا بوقتهم؟
والله الصدق يعني مستمتعين يعني كلهم يعني، وعايشين الوضع الحمد لله يعني، جو خرافي، واتمنى انتم تزوروا الجو هذا كلكم.
يعني انت شفت الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن، وبسألك انه جربوا القات، هم جربوا قات؟
ايوه كلهم جربوا القات، حتى قبطان السفينه خزن.
He's saying they've all tried قات, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No way.
He's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm afraid.
بقول لك انه بده انه يزور السفن، بس بيخاف من القصف الامريكي.
لا عادي يجي والله، بنخليه يزور السفن كلهن ويعيش حياته يعني كون بيس، يتخيل نفسه انه في ون بيس.
He says if you go visit there you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
That's good. Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about that? Is that shocking to him?
شو رأيك بالشعب الأمريكي، وهل تعرف إنه في يعني فئة كبيرة من الشعب الأمريكي اللي هي إنه بتدعم الشعب الفلسطيني وبتتضامن معه؟
صح والله يعني في أجانب كثير يعني، شفت من الأجانب في أجانب كثير يعني تفاعلوا معي بالمنشورات حقي يعني، وكلهم مع فلسطين يعني، والله شفت يعني جمهور كبير يعني، وأقول لهم I love you يعني لهم كلهم.
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners, and he reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love.
Does he feel like the war leading up to this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred, does he feel like, he lost out on years of his childhood? Like, are there things that he, does he know a time? Does he know of a time? Can he remember a time when he wasn't in some kind of war? I guess because this is like relatively new for him as an experience, as experiences goes.
Yeah. So راشد عم بسألك حسن إنه هل بتحس إنك خسرت سنين من طفولتك لأنك عايش تحت الحرب، وهل تتذكر وقت قبل الحرب؟ هل تتذكر إنه يعني عندك ذكريات من طفولة وحياة قبل الحرب، ولا هل شكلت الحرب كثير من ذكرياتك؟
والله احنا الصدق يعني حياتنا كلها مغامرات. هذا يعني باختصار.
He just says their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it. Tell him there's 25,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا المباشر.
الله أقول لهم كلهم I love you so much، وإن شاء الله كلهم يجربوا الغات ونخزن لهم كلهم على حسابي.
He says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try qat soon, and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting qat. Yeah, so what does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece. What else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
So ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
بده يعرف ايش كمان انه شو كمان في برامج بتتابعها غير ون بيس، وايش بتلعب العاب، يعني انه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء، انه شو بتحب تحضر او تلعب؟
والله الصدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت أشاهد مسلسلات تركية، أفلام أمريكية، لكن يعني الآن ما أشاهد ولا أي شيء، لا ألعاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها. يعني أنا أحب الأنمي يعني بشكل عام، أنا كنت أشاهد مسلسل أطفال كثير يعني، بس الآن بطلتها.
هلا ما يعني ما بتتابع شيء هلا؟
لا هلا يعني ما يعني خلاص يعني انشغلت، ما فضى يعني إني أشاهد.
انشغلت هلا؟
Yes.
Used to like watching Turkish and American TV shows, and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching or doing anything else.
Yeah, what does he watch Turkish? Muhteşem Yüzyıl. What does he watch in Turkish?
بسألك إذا كنت تحضر محمد ونور.
محمد ونور أول مرة أسمع فيهم.
برنامج تركي كان مشهور من زمان، مش من زمان يعني قبل 10 سنين.
لا ما شفته الصدق.
No, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
Oh, you watched that one? Yeah, Ertuğrul.
Wait, that one is Harim Sultan. Sorry, not Nur Muhammad.
Harim Sultan. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we remember.
Kurtlar Vadisi. No, he's not watching Kurtlar Vadisi. Okay, so he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
بيقول لك لما كنت صغير، لما لسه كنت تتابع برامج، ايش كنت تحب تحضر؟
توم وجيري، سبونج بوب، السنافر.
Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay, so you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he go to school? How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah. هل انت هلا يعني مسجل بالمدرسة انه بتروح على المدرسة ولا لا؟
والله يعني أنا خلصت الثانوية.
He says he's done with school. He's 19.
So what does he want to do? What are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
شو عندك طموح أو أحلام؟
This is really the important stuff.
والله الصدق يعني ما فيش.
ولا إشي؟ ما بدك تعمل إشي؟
لا والله ما في أي حاجة أفكر فيها الصدق، يعني صراحة أنا أعيش حياتي كل يوم أعيشها بيومه، ما أفكر باللي بعده.
He's saying that he just lives every day as it comes. He doesn't really have any long-term goals.
This guy's a himbo, bro. Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Is this appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate or not. Is he Shia or he's Shia? I assume, right?
بسألك إذا أنت شيعي أو سني. آسف على السؤال.
Is that no?
يمن صدق يعني أنا ما لا شيعي ولا سني، يمني مسلم، يعني نفس دينكم، أنا نفسكم.
حبيت جوابك صراحة، السؤال ما له داعي. He says that he's not Shi'i or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly. But okay. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him and thank him for everything that they're doing.
بيقول لك حسن إنه في فلسطينيين إنه عم بيكتبوا
Sean, you say like a lot of people can't even imagine folks from the region having normal lives like this. Again, like you have like the enlightened liberals, the Biden bros over the last couple of weeks, just bomb them. They're disrupting international commerce. They're disrupting the shipping lanes. Just bomb them. No, Brandon was right to do this. They're terrorists. They're monsters. Look at all these community notes. Bomb them. the enlightened liberals, you know? It's really valuable to like conduct interviews like that where there's a political element, but it's just there's an element of like what getting to know someone as a person that doesn't fit into this little like narrow definition of what you think someone representing this group should be. You know, the more you see people as human beings, the less comfortable you are advocating for the senile president of the United States to drop bombs on them.
إنه كلهم بيحبوك وبيدعموك.
وأنا أحبهم كلهم I love you لهم.
What does he know about Turkey?
بيقول لك شو بتعرف عن تركيا؟
عن تركيا كل شيء. اسطنبول إن شاء الله نجي اسطنبول قريب إن شاء الله أقول له.
He wants to visit Istanbul.
Nice, one day. Inshallah. Okay, so ask him what made him record the video. Yeah, I mean, he already said it though. He already responded to it. Ask him if he knows Western women are comparing him to a very famous actor. Oh yeah, does he know who Timothy Chalamet is?
بسألوك إذا بتعرف مين تيموثي شالامي ممثل أمريكاني.
Very famous actor.
عمرك سمعت عنه مشهور كتير.
No.
لا ما
say people in the West are comparing him to a very famous actor.
بيقول لك إنه في ناس كتير في الغرب عم بيقارنوك بتيموثي شالامي واحد ممثل مشهور كتير.
الله الصدق يعني هذاك أمريكي وأنا يمني يعني في اختلاف.
he says that he's American and I'm Yemeni. That's it.
Okay. All right. Fair.
He doesn't know who he is.
No, it's fine. It's fine. What does he think about America? Not just Americans, but what does he think about America? When you think about America, what is the first thing that comes to his mind?
بده يعرف إنه لما بتفكر بأمريكا إيش أول إشي بيخطر ببالك يعني مش بس الشعب الأمريكي بس لما بتفكر عن أمريكا كبلد إنه شو أول إشي بيخطر ببالك؟
والله الصدق يعني أنا ما أفكرش في أمريكا أصلاً.
He's saying he doesn't think about America.
I like that. Okay. Does
I don't think about you at all.
For me or for Americans in general, if there's anything that he wants to know as well, like we can, you know.
حسن بسألك إذا أنت عندك أي أسئلة له أو إذا عندك أي أسئلة للشعب الأمريكي.
والله الصدق يعني في أمريكيين يعني كثير يعني فاجئوني إنهم مسلمين والله الصدق يعني I love you لهم يعني والله إني حبيتهم يعني عكس ما كنت أسمع عنهم يعني في ناس كثير يعني طلعت محترمة و I love you للشعب الفلسطيني و I love you للي بالبث كلهم يعني وإن شاء الله غزة يعني وفلسطين إن شاء الله تنتصر قريب.
وعندك أي أسئلة؟ يعني بتحب تسأل إشي؟
والله الصدق يعني شرفنا والأسئلة يعني خارج نطاق التغطية ما في أي سؤال بعقلي لا. يعني أقول لها شرفنا وعلى راسي كلهم I love you so much وإن شاء الله لنا لقاء آخر.
He's saying that he doesn't have any further questions, but he was surprised to see how many Muslims there are in America and in general how many supporters there are for Palestine, and he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
بده يعرف حسن شو رأيك أو هل سمعت إنه في عديد من المجموعات بأمريكا أو المنظمات اللي يعني بتأيد فلسطين وبتأيد القضية الفلسطينية اللي يعني بس هي منظمات يهودية يعني هل سمعت هذا الشيء إنه بتعرف إنه في يهود في أمريكا بيدعموا فلسطين؟
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine we're with.
Hell yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean, I can ask him if you want.
No. It's fine. You're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. So
I don't either. I'm not gonna ask.
I know. I'm just wondering like what dudes in Yemen are doing. Are they going to Jummah prayer or are they not? You know what I mean? Are they pulling up? Well, I have a question about what is it that there are so many Yemeni music videos. We've watched it. We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell them that, and there are so many of them that we watch on the stream. Like, what's up with Yemen? Are they like a specifically musical people? What's going on?
بقول لك حسن إنه كتير هلا صار في شعبية للموسيقى اليمنية وللأغاني اليمنية وللفيديوهات اللي بتطلع من اليمن. بسألك يعني إنه هل الموسيقى إشي يعني الموسيقى اليمنية يعني أنتوا كتير بتحبوا الموسيقى في اليمن ويعني بتحبوا الرقص شكلكم وهيك أشياء.
والله يعني احنا يعني الرقص حقنا يعني اكيد تعرفوا يعني بالبرع اسمها هكذا وان شاء الله عقبالهم ما يخزنوا ويسمعوا اغاني يمنيه كلهم.
يخزنوا يعني لما بتحكي يخزن يعني بياخذ
يعني
قاط.
يحط داتا.
اوكي اول مره بسمع هاي الكلمه.
What?
he say that means قاط. That's what he's doing. He's saying that like that yeah they love music and dancing and that he wants everyone to with him and dance and listen to music, I guess.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that? Answer that question. I just banned one of those stupid in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي
They are
بيحكوا عنك
dumbasses.
إرهابي؟
منهم.
He says who are they?
Dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Respect. What else do I want to ask? So, like, has he ever had like Western food?
بسألك حسن إذا عمرك جربت أكل أجنبي؟
جربت لا ما جربتش أكل مصري بس. إيش الأكل الأجنبي يعني؟ هو أكل زي أكلنا يعني. كيف أكل أجنبي؟ يعني بالإنجليزي أكل
إنه أكلات يعني ما بعرف زي الأشياء اللي بياكلوها بأمريكا.
يعني أكيد في عندنا أكلات زي الأكلات حقهم يعني. في أكلات يعني كلها مواد غذاء يعني كلها نعمة من الله.
بس يعني ايش انه يعني ايش يعني ايش بتاكلوا عادة يعني اكلات اجنبية اذا عندكم؟
أكلات أجنبية والله الصدق يعني أنا ما قد يعني زرت الأجانب عشان أكل من أكلهم لكن الأجانب يأكلون نفس الأكل أتوقع يعني ومدري الله أعلم.
He's not really like answering any specific like foods. He's just saying like he yeah I mean he's just saying it's the same food that he eats is the same food that we eat.
Okay. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
بسألك إذا في KFC باليمن.
أول مرة أسمع فيها.
عمرك سمعت بكنتاكي؟
أيوة في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطاعم.
He says they have 2.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen?
I wonder if it's like I feel like it's off-brand.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be right. Like what the? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick. That's wild. They have KFC in Yemen. There you go. What does he do for day to day in Yemen? Like, tell him to walk us through a day, like a normal day in his life. Does he have a girlfriend? What does his parents think about this? Like, I got a bunch of questions like that.
عنده كثير أسئلة لك بس رح أحاول إنه يعني أسهل الموضوع. فبسألك أولا يعني شو إذا بتقدر توصف لنا إنه كيف اليوم العادي عندك باليمن إنه إيش تعمل باليوم العادي وهل أنت إنه في وحدة مصاحبها هلا بحياتك وكمان إيش رأي أهلك بالموضوع؟
والله يعني ما فيش ولا واحدة يعني ولا أعرف أي بنت في حياتي الصدق يعني صراحة ولا راسلت بنت ولا كلمت بنت ولا أي شيء.
He's saying that he doesn't talk to any girls, he doesn't DM any girls, he's not talking to any girls at all.
Sure.
بقول لك اوكي ماشي.
اوكي.
طب شو بسألك كمان انه ايش كانت ردة فعل اهلك للفيديو اللي انتشر عنك؟
الله يعني طبيعي شيء هذا عندنا شيء طبيعي يعني.
Yeah, he says like his parents' reaction was normal, like there is no big reaction.
His parents are just chilling. Why are they? They're so chill about
everything. Is chill. Everything is chill. Apparently, there's nothing is like we're overreacting. It seems like.
Yeah, this is why Jeremy Scales said out of all of his travels, the people of Yemen are the chillest
he
people he's ever
girls,
met.
They
well, I mean, it's like he said. So
it's the khat. Oh,
yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Okay, respect. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is normal when it's like that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
شو بتسموا السكاكين اللي بتحملوها بالفيديوز؟
جنبيها اسمها باليمن. جنبيها أيوة جنبيها.
بدي أسألك عنهم يعني هل إنه شو أهميتهم عندكم؟
والله هذيك يعني أهميتها هذيك عندنا إذا طلعت ما ترجع إلا في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Does he watch TikTok or YouTube?
هل يعني بتشاهد أي حدا أو بتتابع أي حدا على التيك توك أو على اليوتيوب؟
ولا تابع شيء يعني صراحة الآن ما فضي يعني ما تابع حد. لا إذا أشياء مهمة يعني تابعها.
He's saying he doesn't really have time to do any of that, but if it's like important stuff, then he'll watch it. But yeah, that's
important stuff like what? Like Al Jazeera? Like what's he watching?
بقول لك يعني إيش شو هي الأشياء المهمة اللي ممكن إنه يعني تصرف وقتك عليها؟
يعني هذا الأيام الصدق يعني هذا الأيام الوقت يعني ما فيش أي حاجة يعني تستاهل عشان نضيع وقتنا عشان هلا فلسطين.
Saying nothing is more important than Palestine right now, so that's like what he's spending his time on.
He just graduated high school, Chatter. What does he think about China? Does he know anything about China?
شو رأيك بالصين؟
الصدق أنا ما الصين يعني في مسلمين أكيد، في كل مكان في مسلمين، وفي يعني أكثر شيء يعني المسلمين في كل أنحاء العالم. يعني الشعب الصيني أنا ما قد جلست معاهم ولا، بس الصدق يعني قبطان السفينة كان صيني وخزن واندمج معانا وكان يغني
Damn, he has
ويصور
a lot to
ستوريات.
say.
والله عجبها الجو.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him. Yeah.
So what? I mean, what?
I think China. I think Hassan has been increasingly China positive, which is one of the things he gets attacked over from
so
the
America's like blowing
the
them up
Vosh
while they're
people,
just
the
like doing
Destiny
cat
people.
and chilling with the captains. Like,
And
how
he's
does he feel
correct
about
to
that?
do
Isn't
so.
that crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like
Yeah.
he seems just normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up. You know?
بيقول يعني انه شو رايك انه انتوا قاعدين انه مع يعني بتسولفوا مع القبطان وبتخزنوا معه وبترقصوا معه، وبنفس الوقت امريكا قاعده بتقصف باليمن، انه كيف هدول الاشياء عم بيصيروا بنفس الوقت.
والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني باحترامنا واخلاقنا يعني نجذبهم الينا، يعني خلاص نكسبهم، يعني خلاص يكرهوا امريكا، يكرهوا الحكومه الامريكيه.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that doesn't probably take much to be fair. What does he plan on doing once Palestine is free? You know what I mean?
لما انه بعد ما فلسطين تتحرر شو بتحب تعمل بوقتها؟
والله يعني اهم شيء انها تتحرر، بعدين لما تتحرر ان شاء الله بنروح فلسطين، وفلسطين اهل فلسطين يجوا عندنا واحنا نجي عندهم، وهكذا يعني الحمد لله يعني بنرتاح.
He's saying that once Palestine is free, then he can rest, and he would like to visit Palestine, and he would like Palestinians to visit Yemen as well.
Me too, brother. Me too. Ask him his thoughts on Sean King. Okay, chatters. So stupid. Wait, what the smile at that? Does he know who that is? Oh my god.
عمرك سمعت بشون كينج؟ واحد اسمه شون كينج.
لا.
Oh my god. That was okay, Jesus Christ. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
تعرف مين ترامب اكيد.
Oh my god. والله هذا ترامب لا تدخلوا هالسالفه.
Yeah, doesn't with him obviously.
Tell him to teach us not a bad word in Yemen, but like how to say like you. Like in Turkey we have this, right? Do they have that in Yemen as well? Like something like that that's unique.
Okay.
Do they do the middle finger? Does he know that?
Well, I mean, in Arabs do this. Like, have you seen this?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, this right.
عم بسألك عم بقول لك إنه بتركيا لما إنه عندهم حركة نوارية هيك إنه بيعملوا
Yeah, we do this in Turkey. This is Turkey.
لما بدك تحكي لحدا إنه خرع عليك أو شيء هيك إنه هيك تعمله بإيدك، إنه هو عم بسألك إنه في إشي باليمن تعملوه بإيديكم لما بدك إنه تهين حدا، كيف بتأشروا لبعض.
والله هذا شيء كبير.
بده يتعلم حركات شو اسمه، بده يتعلم حركات سيئة.
والله يعني نفس هم كيف يسووهم هكذا، كيف يسووا كيف
هيك.
والله هذا الحركة عندنا، يعني حتى احنا هذا الحركة عندنا، وفي حركة ثانية يعني اللي هي
What is he saying? He doesn't want to be bad.
He's getting shy. ايش هي الحركة بده يشوفها؟ شو هي الحركة بده يشوفها؟
عيب كل عيب.
عيب. He says عيب.
Ayib. Wait, is the same word in Arabic as well in Turkish?
Yeah, like it's like it's like
shame, shameful. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Ayib. Yeah, I know Ayib. Okay, that's so funny. Why is he being so respectful, bro?
How can anyone watch this and not think it's useful, even purely from an information point of view? Because people have like decided on something, especially people that just unequivocally every single time support U.S. foreign policy and don't want to have that challenged in any way. And they view this as being some kind of like negative thing because it forces them to like think about these people that they've reduced to numbers, that they've reduced to Iran-backed terrorists. So that they can feel more comfortable about advocating that these people be bombed out of existence. And this upsets them because it completely like throws that equation into imbalance, and it makes it impossible. It makes it possible for people to see these people as human beings. Yeah, it makes them question their own conscience. Exactly.
Okay, that's hilarious. Oh, do they do this?
بتعملوا هيك.
Does he know what that is?
أيوة عندنا هذا وعندكم.
Yeah, he says they have that too. He says they also have this one by the way.
Oh, they do this too? Okay. Do they do this like that? like that. Like
I mean, he clearly recognizes it. So
yeah, like you gotta lick it and then do it like that. That's how you do it in Turkey.
Yeah. This is crazy.
What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing, dude.
No, I know. This is the dream blunt rotation right here.
Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time. Okay, this is the international language that everybody understands. Cursing, exactly. Football, and all. You know, he doesn't have any time to watch anime, so I don't know what else to ask about. Is he getting tired? He can leave whenever he wants to. We can
عم بسألك عم بقول لك إذا تعبت تقدر تترك إمتى ما بدك، يعني ما تحس إنك لازم تضلك موجود.
طيب عادي، إذا باقي عنده أسئلة يعني يوم ثاني إن شاء الله بجاوب على أسئلته كلها إن شاء الله، وأعلمه حركات يمنية وأعلمه طرق يمنية وأعلمه أكلات يمنية، كل شيء إن شاء الله، بس يوم ثاني.
He's saying that he like if you want anything from him, if you want him to answer any questions later or teach you any moves or anything, you can reach out to him on another day. But
yeah, no, absolutely. Tell him if he wants to hit us up from the on top of the ship. I mean, we could do that too.
بيقول لك اذا بتحب انه تتصل فينا لما تكون على القارب او على السفينه، تقدر تتصل فينا يعني
تمام. قول له ان شاء الله بعد يومين ان شاء الله بحط له صورته فوق السفينه واتصل له ان شاء الله.
اذا بتقدر تاخذ صورته معك على السفينه وتتصور معها ممتاز.
ايوه باخذها. تمام.
He's saying that he'll take your picture with him to the ship and take a picture of you with it like this.
Okay, sure. Does he have any idea what I do? Like he has no idea, right? Like how would you describe to him? Like I don't know if there's anything like any parallel that you.
Diego, thanks so much for the gifted sub. And yeah, undercover user said Americans don't realize that their media, both right and left, completely distorts the reality of the Middle East, which is funny too because it seems to shift depending on who's like in the White House. Like you had a lot of people in the Bush years who were like liberal, who kind of understood this basic idea, understood how grotesque U.S. foreign policy was in the Middle East, understood the media's role in allowing this shit to happen. And these people are so brain poisoned by this, like they have this partisan brain poisoning, that as soon as someone with a D next to their name is in office, they forget all this. They forget this entire lesson. You know, it's actually a fascinating thought experiment to think about what would be going on right now if Trump were in office right now and the absolutely identical policy. Absolutely identical policy with Israel and with Yemen right now, and Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis or some Republican ghoul was in office, probably a lot of these liberals would be way more willing to criticize it. And they would be way more willing to kind of have these conversations because it's their guy, though. That part of their brain just turns off. And it's like, bomb Yemen, bomb the Houthis. They deserve it. They're terrorists. The shipping lanes. Got to protect those shipping lanes. You know, a lot of these people would all of a sudden find their conscience or discover their conscience if the guy in the White House that was authorizing it had an R next to his name, next to a D. It's a completely like cursed way of going about trying to analyze anything or having any kind of ideology. It's purely just a team sport. Yeah, for sure. I remember that ropes into Eden when that journalist said, "This is Ukraine where this is happening, not the Middle East or somewhere," because that's where it's just normal. It's just normal, everyday part of life for invasions and bombings to happen. Yeah. But Rob, the main issue is Trump would do it with the civilized mask off. I mean, does Biden even have the civilized mask on? Like, I get that there's been a little bit of hand-wringing. There's been a little bit of behind the scenes, like, oh, Biden's very concerned. He's angry with Netanyahu. Behind the scenes, we're urging them to show restraint and all this kind of stuff. But then you see like John Kirby out there just being like, no red lines. No, this accusation of genocide is totally without merit. Like, it's really, if there's a difference at all in terms of the rhetoric, it's very, very small, I think, at this point. Like, and in fact, I think the Biden administration has been more right-wing on this than even many Republicans probably would be. He's giving Israel to the count of 10. He's going to turn this genocide around, Jack. and outflanked Trump from the right on military spending as well. Yeah, of course. Even after ending the war in Afghanistan and withdrawing from Afghanistan. How does that lead to military spending going up? Ukraine as well, I think, is another example. Although I imagine if Trump was president and had the exact same policy with Ukraine, probably a lot of liberals would be like, you're not going, you should invade, put troops on the ground, boots on the ground. Why do you like Putin so much? I'm sure that would probably be the liberal analysis of Ukraine if Trump was in office. He's protecting Putin. No, he's only giving them the Ukrainians the arms, but we need boots on the ground. That's how you show Putin that you mean business. That's probably what the liberal reaction would be to that.
Use like an example that you can use to be like, this is like, does he know who Mr. Beast is? Ask him that.
تعرف مين مستر بيست؟ عمرك سمعت فيه؟
من هو؟
مستر بيست.
أكيد مستر بين ما كنت أكل إلا لما شاهد مستر بين.
لا no, he thinks you're talking about Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean? No, Mr. Beast on YouTube.
في واحد تاني اسمه مستر بيست على اليوتيوب.
مستر بيست اللي ما يتكلم ولا ين؟
إيه؟
مستر بيست اللي ما يتكلم صح؟
لا هداك مستر بين، هداك ممثل. هذا احنا عم نحكي عن واحد على اليوتيوب.
عارفه.
ما بتعنون doesn't.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
بشكرك. بقول لك شكرا.
والله عادي العفو والله شرفنا واحلى حسان والله شرفنا.
He says you're welcome and it was an honor to be here.
Hell yeah. All right. Bye.
Awesome.
Bye.
That was great stuff. Excuse me. Mr. Bean unexpectedly finding himself on like a Yemen pirate excursion. That would be a funny and wacky set of circumstances, huh? Yeah, that's right, Quaker Oats guy. We both had the same idea. That'd be fun. Anyway, that was great. And again, I'm happy that Hassan did that. I was thinking as well, like with the whole analogy about like films and stuff, the Timothée Chalamet thing. I think that's really amazing too, the cognitive dissonance there. When we have this big like entertainment industry that puts out movies like Dune. You know, if Dune was going on now, all the liberals in the year 10,300 or whatever, and it takes place, we're going, bomb the Fremen. The Fremen, they're disrupting spice production. The spice must flow. We got to back the Padishah Emperor on this. Bomb them, you know? Or like Hunger Games or Avatar. You have these like films that kind of unequivocally show these power dynamics and the struggles against empire. No, I do not condemn the Na'vi resistance. No, I don't condemn the Katniss Everdeen rebel group, or Star Wars is the ultimate example of that. Like, we have pop culture that's based around these very simple to understand ideas. The Fremen are just drug-addicted animals. I do not condemn the Fremen. And when they go on and go, they do take it a little far. I mean, that's the whole thing about Dune, is that the Fremen eventually do kind of turn into a galactic jihad. Which is, you know, that's not ideal. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the first film. But it's amazing how these films like come out and become hugely popular. And kind of show in black and white terms like what is necessary, what kind of actions are necessary against these violent empires. You know? The Hunger Games author says part of her inspiration came from watching Iraq war coverage interspersed with the reality show airing. Yeah, and there's a whole sequence in Hunger Games when it's like they bombed a hospital. We all understand you're watching that film. Obviously, that's unacceptable, regardless of what's going on at that hospital. Obviously, that's terrorism and it's unacceptable. And violent retribution for that act is not only necessary, but morally correct. We watch these films and we understand this, but so many people have this like double think or this cognitive dissonance where they watch these films and they understand these basic ideas. And then in practice, in reality, when these kinds of struggles start to take place, they go, that's very complicated. That's very complicated. You want your spice to cost 1 million Imperial credits? Yeah, you don't get to complain about the increased cost of spice and also back the Fremen terrorist resistance group, okay? Pick a lane. Pick a lane. The problem is the American public is programmed to believe they're always the good guys in any film. Like, I get that as well, but it's like, even when it gets spelled out, even when you have people like George Lucas saying, no, the Empire is like America. It's not like this big ambiguous thing. It's like, no, we're the bad guys. You know, and the rebels are the Viet Cong in the 70s, you know? The rebels today, the analogy for the rebels today in this analogy would be Hamas. You know? The Spacing Guild says inflation is the Fremen's fault. It's amazing, isn't it? It's really amazing. Yeah, and Americans now walk around in Empire gear proudly. That's true. So anyway, that was really interesting and informative. I appreciate Hassan for doing this. But you know, Hassan doesn't need your help. Hassan doesn't need your help. Hassan's doing just fine. Hassan is doing just fine right now. You know who's not doing just fine? Me. And if you want to support this show that you're watching currently, I am 29 subs away. No, 31 subs away. Excuse me. 31 subs away from the goal. A mere measly 31 subs. If you can, folks, and you're watching this, you tuned into this program today, and you enjoy this program, please subscribe to TRRS. Don't make fun about the mental math that I just did live, okay? I know it's an easy equation. I know that. Sometimes there's a camera on you, and it's hard to do these very simple equations because everyone's paying attention, okay? And I get nervous. Don't make fun of me. A mere 31 subs to go. And I'm just going to remind people again, if you can, if you're tuning in today and you want to support this program, a tip would be so appreciated right now. Tips are so appreciated. I'm waiting on a paycheck for work that I did like 3 months ago. That's still, despite my reminder that I sent in on Friday, still has not come to me. So if you enjoy this show and you want to support the work that I do, please send a tip. That would be very, very helpful for me right now. Or subscribe if you want. Obviously, the subs and the gifted subs and the bits, also very valuable. The tip goes right into the PayPal account right away. That's why those are really kind of needed at the moment. So if you can, please subscribe to the show. Support the work that I do on here. And send a tip if you can. I would really, really appreciate it. And then we can move on to some other stuff. Sorry, I just took this out to cut an apple, and then sometimes I find it kind of seductive.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Comrade Bushy, thanks so much for 2 gifted subs. Always appreciate you bailing me out. Comrade Bushy, very kind of you. And yeah, of course, subs, gifted subs, tips, very, very valuable right now, folks. Very, very valuable. And I appreciate it a lot. You know, I appreciate everyone in this community who tunes into this program Thank you, Christ-like chatter, for the 420. That's the weed number.
Love you, Rob. Here's a laugh.
Thank you, Christ-like chatter. And again, if anyone wants to subscribe to this program right now, Patriot Eagle Lover, thank you for the 1776. Is that? Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. Worth noting that Jeff Bezos does not skim the tip jar. That's exactly right. Ice Tray, thank you for the 420. That's the weed number.
Smoke weed every day.
Hell yeah. I'm going to find the TikTok that was just sent as well. And you know, Dr. Maggot, you sent this as well yesterday, and I told you that we would watch it, and I forgot.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Matt, thank you for the 690. Thank you, Matt.
I thought Stream Elements was the bad one.
And thank you, Emperor's New Groove, for gifting a sub to our friend Super Obnoxious all caps name. Thank you, folks. And if anyone else wants to please support this channel, I would very much appreciate it. As you know, the only way that I'm able to do this stream every single day is if people of their own will and volition, Anon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Anon. People of their own will and volition subscribe and support the work that I do on here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Gald Greek. 19 months of tier 1, and thanks for all the support. Gald Greek. Thank you for that. Listen, I'm just gesturing. Excuse me if I like to gesture when I'm speaking. I'm going to start waving a knife around, asking people to give me their money because I saw Rob do it on TV. When it's through a screen, it's not threatening, okay? In person, it's different. If we were in person right now, yeah, I could see why that would be alarming, okay? I could see why that would be unacceptable. I get it. It's through a screen. I can't physically do anything. I'm just gesturing, okay? It's just a gesture. Sparkle Stasis, thanks so much for the 1917. Thank you, Sparkle Stasis.
Peace, land, and bread.
Wow, Robin, you're holding that knife. You're a lot more convincing and charismatic and handsome. Thank you, Dapper Cat. Thank you for that. My hand is really clenched on it too. I'm like white knuckling this apple knife here, which I use to cut apples, and that's all. You should have an effigy of the chat to threaten for better effect. That would be good. It's proper apple knife safety. That's not a knife. I believe it was Dr. Maggot who sent this yesterday, and I said that we would watch it, and I totally forgot.
Anyone have a fucked up Thanksgiving?
For me, it was a month ago because it was Canadian Thanksgiving.
Look, what's the story behind? Because ours is like obviously an imaginary thing with like the Pilgrims and the Native Americans, and they had a great meal, and they were like, "Let's be friends," and then all the Native Americans disappeared. What's a Canadian Thanksgiving? It's like you do genocide, but then you say you're sorry at the end.
That is pretty much what it is.
Trudeau wore blackface to my school.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Never mind. I hear blackface. I'm like, let's go. Here, we need to hear the rest. Wait, Trudeau wore blackface to your school?
Yeah.
What?
Teacher at my school, and he wore blackface to a gala there, and the school liked it, and the teachers who are like in the picture with him are now the headmasters of the school.
Yeah, I wear it all the time.
That's funny now until he starts wiping off his makeup and says, "It's me, Justin." Anyone have a fucked up?
That's pretty good. Good crowd work. Good crowd work. Let me see, because one of our generous tippers sent through a TikTok link. Oh shit. One of our Christ-like chatters.
ويانا مستر بيست اليوم جيف اواي قيمه ثمن جيف اواي مستر بيست ماني بليز ثمن وقيمه عزل القناه هاي سنن وضعيه عزل القناه.
It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's good. So we can move on in just a few minutes, folks. We can move on in just a few minutes. If anyone else does want to support the stream, when's my next TikTok? I don't know. I've been really trying to do at least a couple a week. I think I'm on a 3 per week minimum schedule now for the rest of the year. I'm gonna really try to see if I can build a platform on there this year. I've never really tried. I go through periods where I start trying and then I give up. So I'm gonna keep working on that this year. But if anyone else wants to support this program, don't you need 3 a day? Maybe. I think that's just gonna be too much. That's gonna be way too much. You need to do at least 2 to 3 a day. I don't have that many thoughts in my brain. I'm on here 3-4 hours a day, you know? I'm on here 3-4 hours a day talking and talking and talking. After that, I got no more ideas left. I got no more thoughts left in my brain. Is this allowed in the TOS? I use this knife to eat my apple. Is it against the TOS to use a knife on camera to eat an apple? I very specifically told people that I'm not threatening anybody, okay? I use this knife to make my apple and I'm just gesturing with the knife. What is wrong with that? I don't see what the issue is. And again, before we move on, if there's anyone else that wants to support this program, please, if you can, please subscribe to the show. It's $4.99 per month. It's totally free of charge. With an Amazon Prime account, you can easily convert that to a Twitch Prime sub. Totally free of charge. You can tip like some others have done. There's bits, gifted subs, so many different things you can do to support this program. And I really appreciate it a lot. I appreciate each and every person that tunes into this
You
program
can count
every
on me.
day.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I appreciate you. I see you. You know, it means so much to me that there's people out there that support this program. Like DP Commander. That's an interesting name. Thanks for the Prime sub, a brand new community member. That's just wonderful. That's wonderful. And I appreciate each and every one of you that tunes into this program and supports this show. And I love you. Okay? Each one of you. Jesus. I see you, I hear you, Rob said from the shadowed corner of the bedroom with a knife in his hand. Note, all donations include your home mailing address, social security, work schedule, and a list of family members within an 11-mile radius. Oh, okay, so it's a crime to want to get to know somebody. It's a crime to want to get to know somebody and learn things about them and learn about their family and their employment and their lives. That's a crime now. You know, back in my day, they used to be called friendship. You learn about what people are about. You learn about their lives, what they do for a living, what their social insurance number is, where their place of employment is. Is that wrong? Is it wrong to want to try and learn things about people in the community? I'm sorry. I'm detail oriented. I'm sorry. No one get mad at me. It's just a joke. Everyone understands that it's a joke. Okay, we all know. It's literally through a screen. It's through a screen. How could I threaten someone possibly through a screen with an edged weapon? That makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Is this thirst for knowledge a crime? Thank you. How are you supposed to build solidarity with the other workers if we don't know where they work? Thank you. I'm glad people in this community understand this. Thank you. Is it wrong to put that information in a little book and share it with my handlers? Okay, well, we can move on. Ugh. Excuse me. Let's take a look at this Benjamin Norton video. This is from 3 days ago, so not totally up to date. Like I don't think this is going to include any information about the IRGC missile strikes that we saw, but interested to hear Ben Norton's analysis about this the US bombing Yemen and Iraq and Syria, and this increasingly likely possibility of a widespread regional conflict here. Let's take a look at that.
The brutal war that Israel is waging on Gaza is increasingly, day by day, becoming a regional conflict. The United States and Israel in recent months have bombed not only Gaza, but also Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. And now the US government is even threatening Iran with war. US President Joe Biden sent the Iranian government a private message while the US was bombing Yemen, and he said threateningly, quote, "We're confident, we're well prepared." Now, meanwhile, while this is happening, South Africa has introduced a case in the International Court of Justice, the top United Nations legal authority, which accuses Israel of committing genocide against the Palestinian people. And South Africa's case has garnered support, official sponsorship from dozens of countries across the global south. This case has frightened Israel and its sponsors in Washington, and they are desperately trying to expand the conflict into a regional war in order to win more sympathy and to turn attention away from what South Africa and many countries have referred to as a genocide in Gaza. Top experts at the United Nations have been warning for months that the Palestinian people are at risk of genocide. What happens in the International Court of Justice is, of course, unknown. Here at Geopolitical Economy Report, I will be doing a separate analysis of that situation. But I should point out that the judges at the ICJ, there are 15 judges, and they're disproportionately from Western countries and have shown a history of being politically biased. So it's very difficult to predict what will happen. However, for context, the Financial Times reported in December that in just 2 months of Israeli bombing, Gaza had become the most heavily bombed area in human history. Now, as Israel faces formal charges of genocide at The Hague, many officials in Washington are concerned because the U.S. is directly complicit in the war crimes that Israel is committing. The Joe Biden administration has sent billions of dollars of weapons and military aid to Israel. And in fact, the Biden administration has bypassed Congress 2 times using emergency measures to send weapons to Israel, which is quite strange because Congress is full of people who strongly support Israel. They would likely have approved these arms shipments, but it shows that in Washington, the government does not even want a debate about these arms shipments. Washington is concerned about people focusing their attention on its complicity in arming Israel, so it's simply choosing to do so quietly without Congress's approval. And the U.S. is involved in these conflicts in many other ways, not simply by arming Israel. In fact, the U.S. military has 57,000 personnel stationed all across the so-called Middle East, or a better term is West Asia. And these are just the U.S. military personnel that we know about. It's likely that the U.S. also has covert special operations forces that are not accounted for among this 57,000. And in just a few months, the U.S. has bombed Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. On the 11th of January, the United States launched airstrikes against dozens of targets in Yemen. Now, the corporate media, like the New York Times, referred to these attacks by the U.S. as attacks on the so-called Houthi militia in Yemen. But this is actually very misleading. As I explained in a video which I will link to in the description below, the so-called Houthis represent the government for the majority of the Yemeni population.
It's not an Iran-backed
This was acknowledged
terrorist
even
group.
by the mainstream think tank, the Brookings Institution, which is based in Washington, D.C. It published an article by a former CIA analyst, and he admitted that the so-called Houthi movement, which is not the real name, it's actually called Ansar Allah. He acknowledged that Ansar Allah had its origins in the grassroots in Yemen.
I don't want to interrupt this with Hoops Talk, Dakadoon and Kijiji Genie. I am looking at it on another screen. I'm going to miss Siakam now, one of the all-time best Raptors. I was in the camp that they should have just re-signed him. I'm going to need to take some time to process this.
Opposing the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, and then they gained popular support in Yemen because they were fighting against a brutal U.S.-backed Saudi war in which, with U.S. support, Saudi Arabia launched brutal airstrikes and imposed a blockade and carried out intentional mass starvation. And he acknowledged that the so-called Houthis, Ansar Allah, have created a functioning government which includes representatives of other groups, and 70 to 80% of Yemenis live in this Houthi-led, Ansar Allah-led government in Yemen. So when the US launches dozens of attacks inside Yemen, the US is actually essentially waging war against the Yemeni government. The so-called Houthis are not just a militia, they are leading the government. And the New York Times acknowledged in its report on the US airstrikes that Ansar Allah has greeted the prospect of war with the United States with open delight. One of its most important leaders said in a televised speech, quote, "We, the Yemeni people, are not among those who are afraid of America. We are comfortable with a direct confrontation with the Americans." So the US has essentially opened a new front in this regional war against Yemen. And as if that weren't enough, after a prominent Yemeni leader said publicly that they are prepared to fight against the United States, a day later, on the 12th of January, the US once again launched airstrikes against Yemen. And the New York Times wrote that, quote, "The strikes come amid fears of a wider escalation of the conflict in the Middle East." I mean, that's very euphemistic. In reality, the US is creating a wider conflict in the region by expanding the war and waging war on not only Yemen, but also Iraq and Syria. In early January, the Biden administration also carried out an act of war against Iraq. The New York Times noted that the US carried out an airstrike in Baghdad, the capital of Iraq, and an Iraqi government spokesman referred to this as, quote, "a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and security of Iraq," and he referred to the US attack as, quote, "no different from a terrorist act." And the New York Times acknowledges that the US was attacking an Iraqi militia known as Harakat al-Nujaba, and this organization is part of the Iraqi government. It is part of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, which is a security organization that is in turn part of the Iraqi government's broader security forces. So the US is attacking the Iraqi security forces. However, the Trump administration in 2019 declared this part of the Iraqi government to be a so-called terrorist organization, and now the Biden administration is continuing Trump's policy of attacking the Iraqi government. This is yet another act of war. Now, in response to Washington's attack on his country, Iraq's Prime Minister Asudani, he publicly called for the US troops in his country to leave. I need to emphasize, there have been US troops consistently in Iraq since the illegal US invasion in 2003. The war, has gone through phases, but it basically has never ended. And I should also emphasize that the current Iraqi Prime Minister, Asudani, is by no means an anti-US leader. In Iraqi politics, there are a lot of anti-US politicians. He is not one of them. But even he is now saying that the US needs to stop occupying his country and attacking his country, and it needs to leave.
I mean, Emperor's New Groove says America pushing Iraq towards Iran. I think it's one of the really interesting phenomena that we've watched kind of play out on this show over the last couple of months and years. How you have like American belligerents, Western belligerents, that forces these like bitter allies or bitter enemies in some cases, like Russia and China, forces them together, forces them to cooperate. It's the most self-defeating strategy. It's absolutely incredible. This chauvinism and ignorance and arrogance on the part of the West, led by the United States, forcing Iran and Iraq back to work together, like we talked about with Soleimani when he was assassinated. He's training militias in Iraq and Syria and elsewhere to fight ISIS. They're bringing these nations together, and he's assassinated in Iraq, pushing Russia and China together, who hated each other for years after the Sino-Soviet split, and have created this whole like new sort of geopolitical axis as a result of that. And then you have like other countries working together that just don't have that much in common, like Iran and Venezuela, for example. pushing all these places together. We're really great at geopolitics and divide and conquer. Like, it's absolutely amazing to me the way this strategy of belligerence is forcing these places to work together like this, burying their own empire. It's truly amazing.
But meanwhile, websites close to the U.S. Department of Defense are reporting, citing U.S. analysts, that U.S. troops are not going to leave Iraq anytime soon. So this is essentially acknowledgement that the U.S. maintains a neo-colonial occupation of Iraq. And this is not the first time that this has happened. Back in January 2020, Donald Trump ordered the assassination of the top Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani, and the top Iraqi military official, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, who was a leader of the Popular Mobilization Forces, which I discussed earlier, which are officially part of the Iraqi government and were the leading forces that were fighting against ISIS. These two leaders, Iran's general Qasem Soleimani and Iraq's military officer Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, were two of the most important people in the fight to defeat ISIS. And Trump assassinated both of them in a blatant act of war, not only against Iran, but also against Iraq. And in response to this U.S. act of war, the Iraqi parliament, which was created by the US government. That's States, fascinating. The democratically elected parliament in Iraq voted to expel the U.S. troops occupying the country. And not only did Donald Trump say, no, we refuse to leave, we're going to maintain this neo-colonial occupation. Furthermore, Donald Trump threatened to impose sanctions on Iraq in condemnation of Iraq's democratically elected parliament, calling for the U.S. military occupiers to leave. This is neo-colonial behavior. But what's so frustrating is if you read the Western media's coverage of what's happening in Iraq, they always portray it as if Iran is secretly in control of Iraq. And when the U.S. carries out acts of war and kills Iraqi officials who are part of the Iraqi military apparatus through the Popular Mobilization Forces,
it's almost like America might be the dumbest empire in history.
The Western media portrays them.
They're not at the point yet where they're like electing horses president or something like that. I'm sure that's going to come that's going to be in like the 30s and 40s. You know, but they're definitely up there, absolutely.
Pro-Iran leaders. That's the language used, which is completely misleading. It's just like how the Western media refers to the so-called Houthis, Ansar Allah, in Yemen constantly as Iran-backed, trying to portray them as Iranian proxies. But they're not Iranian proxies. They are Yemenis, just as the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces are Iraqis, or Lebanon's resistance group Hezbollah is Lebanese. They're not Iranian, but this is part of a media propaganda narrative that is trying to justify U.S. acts of war and neo-colonial policies against numerous sovereign governments all across West Asia. Another clear example of this is that in recent months, the United States has
doing the same thing every dying
airstrikes
empire in
also
history
in
did.
Syria. So the U.S. is bombing Yemen and Iraq, and it's bombing Syria, and yet the Western media refers to these U.S. airstrikes ISIS in Syria as attacks on, quote, Iran-backed bases. But they would never refer to attacks by Palestinian groups on Israeli military forces as Palestinian attacks on U.S.-backed bases. This is a clear example of war propaganda, of the Western media trying to manufacture consent for U.S. neo-colonial wars on Yemen, Iraq, and Syria. In fact, I explained...
Yeah, it's an attempt to make all Middle Eastern people into a monolith, all of whom are at the behest of Iran, except our allies and client states who are all totally sovereign and democratic and good, right? Everyone who's not a U.S. client state is just basically Iran. They're just Iran. Iran is moving the chess pieces around the board, and all of our allies in the Middle East is Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and Israel, Egypt. They're just sovereign and democratic, and they're just making their own decisions, and we have nothing to do with it. It's pretty amazing. And people actually believe this. I think that's the really amazing thing.
In a recent video, which
All
I will
those
link to in
US
the
backed
description
Arab
below,
monarchies, for
how the
sure.
U.S. is maintaining an illegal military occupation of Syria, and in particular of Syria's oil-rich territory, where also much of its wheat is produced. And the stated policy of U.S. officials is to starve the Syrian government of revenue that it needs to rebuild after a decade of war fueled by the United States completely destroyed the country. I mean, this is neo-colonial sadism. And in December, there was a vote in the U.S. Congress and the Senate calling to withdraw U.S. troops, and that vote failed at 13 to 84. The vast majority of the Senate, 84 out of the 100 members, voted against this call to withdraw the U.S. troops occupying Syria's oil fields. Once again, this is neocolonialism. And by the way, while the U.S. is bombing Yemen, Iraq, and Syria, Israel is also bombing multiple countries in the region. In October, Israel bombed the airports in Syria's cities of both Aleppo and Damascus. In January, Israel launched many more attacks on Syria, and once again, the Western media very misleadingly tried to portray this as Israeli strikes on so-called Iran-linked targets in Syria. But Israel has been killing Syrian
the way
soldiers.
the media
These are
whitewashes
Israeli
this. It's
acts
really
of
amazing.
war against the Syrian government.
Iran-linked
And yet
targets.
the Western media tries to make everything all about Iran, saying that Iran is supposedly controlling all these governments, when in reality, it's the US and Israel that are at war with basically the entire region. Israel has
Everyone we don't
also
like
been
is
attacking
Putin
its
or
neighbor
Iran.
Lebanon repeatedly, including Amnesty International, the mainstream Western human rights organization, acknowledged that Israel has been using white phosphorus, a horrific weapon that is banned by many countries. Israel has been using this to attack Lebanon. And Amnesty International emphasized that Israel has been killing Lebanese civilians in what are illegal, indiscriminate attacks. And Israel is not only attacking southern Lebanon. In fact, Israel has also carried out attacks inside Beirut in central Lebanon, the capital of the country. This is an act of war against Lebanon, and it is a clear red line. The Lebanese resistance group Hezbollah, which expelled Israel after Israel militarily occupied illegally Lebanon for many years, Hezbollah expelled Israel, defending Lebanon's sovereignty, and they said that this is a very clear red line if Israel is launching attacks inside the capital, Beirut. So the Western media keeps saying that these
Ben
U.S.
is
and
always
Israeli
extra with the
attacks on countries
pronunciations,
in the
and I
region
appreciate it.
raise the specter of a wider regional war. But the reality is that the U.S. and Israel are already at war with Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the most important country here, Iran. We all know that the main target
The
of
white-collar
U.S. and
criminal Ben
Israeli
Norton.
neo-colonial wars in the region all aim at Iran. This was confirmed by a former top U.S. military general and NATO commander, Wesley Clark, who revealed back in 2007 that after 9/11, the United States made plans to attack 7 countries in the region in 5 years. In an interview with Democracy Now! Host Amy Goodman, Wesley Clark said that the U.S. had plans to attack Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
And by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
And the U.S. government has been making
then
this
that was
link
just an absolutely
very
disastrous
clearly.
rollout of that plan.
In public statements, the U.S. government has blamed Iran for Ansar Allah in Yemen, the so-called Houthis, launching attacks on ships that are aimed toward Israel, that are providing support for Israel as it's carrying out this war and being accused of genocide. And a top U.S. official said, quote, Iran is a primary, if not the primary enabler or supporter or sponsor of the Houthis. And
yeah, it might have worked better than what it did. Iran, I think, was always a long shot. But yeah, if Russia didn't intervene in Syria, and I think it's amazing, Dakadun, like given everything we know about this whole, oh my God, look at that pause face. I'm so sorry to Ben. Jesus, I'm doing him dirty with that one. There we go. There we go. I really think it's amazing. I've talked about this a number of times, but like, given that what we know about this strategy, we know what the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We know what they did in Libya. The idea that Syria has become such a toxic subject to talk about. And anyone that says like, no, I don't think the United States should have been able to go into Syria and arm and fund one side of a civil war to try and overthrow the country. The way that that's become like controversial with everything that we know, And will people say, in the exact same way that like Putin or Hamas or Iran is held up, oh, Assad. Why do you support Assad? Why do you support Saddam? Why do you support Putin? Why do you support the Viet Cong? It's just so tiresome and became so toxic to even talk about what should be a completely uncontroversial stance, which is U.S. Get the fuck out of Syria. What do you do in there? Why are we arming Al-Qaeda and these fundamentalist extremist groups, of which ISIS emerged? Why are we doing this? Why are we funding one side of a civil war? That should be a non-controversial opinion. And it's become so controversial and toxic, no one even wants to talk about it. Oh, you support Assad, gassing thousands of innocents. That's exactly what it turns into the moment you question this strategy. It's really amazing. It's still amazing to me that this is, given everything that we know about U.S. foreign policy, every single time, whether you're talking about Syria or you're talking about Ukraine, it becomes so controversial to say, like, I'm against this. I do not think we should be supporting and arming Ukraine. I do not think we should be supporting and arming these extremist groups in Syria. And with everything that we know about U.S. foreign policy and arming these proxy wars, time and time again, people still say, "Oh, you can't say that. Cancel this person. Get this person deplatformed." This is unbelievable. It's just incredible to me how every single time this happens. Syria was just Afghanistan all over again. Everyone's against the last war. Yeah, and if their policy was successful in Syria and they successfully installed some kind of government and ousted Assad and installed some government led by these militant extremist groups that they were arming, everyone would cluck their tongues and say, "Oh, what a horrible thing that's happened there. Wow. What a horrible thing." Afterwards, not during though, not during. Anyway, it just drives me crazy that that's still such a toxic thing to talk about and discuss. And you can't criticize U.S. policy in Syria without being accused. And literally, like you said it as a joke, Dakadun. You said it as a joke, but literally, you can't criticize U.S. policy in Syria without being accused of supporting chemical gas attacks on civilians. And meanwhile, the same people support Israel who say this kind of thing. And they support dropping white phosphorus on little kids. And that's totally normal and okay. Yeah, it just drives me crazy.
For Israel as it's carrying out this war and being accused of genocide. And a top U.S. official said, quote, Iran is a primary, if not the primary enabler or supporter or sponsor of the Houthis. And the U.S. government claimed that Iran
It's not just
is,
Twitter.
quote,
it's in our media discourse as well. Like you can't go on, it's not just Twitter. You can't go on CNN or MSNBC and criticize U.S. foreign policy in Syria as well. You're going to get the exact same accusations.
involved in every phase of what U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin called, quote, illegal, dangerous, and destabilizing attacks against U.S. and international vessels and commercial vessels. And many war hawks in Washington are using this as an opportunity to openly call for a U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Now,
People like
John
Bolton
Bolton,
have
the
been
neoconservative
fucking hard on for
extremist
this for
who was
decades
Donald
now.
Trump's national security advisor, he was also an architect of the Iraq War under former President George W. Bush. John Bolton published an article in the conservative British newspaper The Telegraph, and his op-ed was titled, quote, "The West may now have no option but to attack Iran."
He's been saying this for decades, this
he
guy.
published that on the
This guy
28th
comes
of
thinking
December.
about
And
bombing
Bolton
Iran.
clearly coordinated that with the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, because on the exact same day, the former Israeli Prime Minister published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal titled, "The U.S. and Israel Need to Take Iran On Directly." And in his article, Naftali Bennett boasted that when he was Prime Minister of Israel, he carried out numerous attacks on Iranian soil, Israeli bombing attacks, and he boasted that Israel assassinated Iranian officials, and he called for supporting the domestic opposition inside Iran, ensuring internet continuity, which Elon Musk, the billionaire oligarch who works with the U.S. government, Elon Musk has been collaborating with the U.S. government in order to provide his Starlink technology, not only to Ukraine, but also to the U.S. and Israeli-backed opposition in Iran. And he called for increasing sanctions and economic pressure on Iran. And finally, in his last paragraph, Naftali Bennett said, quote, "The U.S. and Israel must set the clear goal of bringing down Iran's evil regime." And he used this racist colonial language, saying that the civilized world must overthrow Iran's government. So this is clearly what all of this is heading toward. The U.S. and Israel, at least many hawkish officials in the U.S. and Israeli governments, they want not only a wider regional war, they want a full-out war against Iran to overthrow Iran's government.
And that's World War III.
And many of these hardline
If we're not in
imperialists
World War
in
III
Washington
now, that's going to be
have
when
been
it gets
salivating
official.
at the idea of war with Iran for many years. Back in 2015, John Bolton, who once again was Donald Trump's national security advisor, the most powerful national security official in the Trump administration, back in 2015, John Bolton published an article in the New York Times titled, "To Stop Iran's Bomb, Bomb Iran," openly calling to bomb
Thank you, New York
Iran.
Times, for publishing that, by the way.
In fact, a former spokesman
You gotta
for
hear in the
Israel's
marketplace of
current
ideas.
far-right Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his name is Michael Freund, he published an article in the Jerusalem Post titled, "Iran is already at war with Israel and the U.S." And in this article, he said very clearly that Israel and America must act now, openly calling for war with Iran. And his bio noted that he was Deputy Communications Director under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is Netanyahu's former spokesman. It's very likely that he coordinated this article with Netanyahu himself. Of course, if Netanyahu publicly said this, it would be a declaration of war. But having his former spokesman do it is a very obvious indirect way in which Israel is saying, we want war with Iran. In fact, on the 3rd of January, there was a terror attack on Iranian civilians, and around 100 Iranians were killed at an event that was commemorating the anniversary of the Donald Trump administration's assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the top Iranian general. And of course, the Western media absurdly claimed that ISIS, so-called ISIS, carried out this attack. I mean, ISIS has been destroyed for years now, but a lot of people in Iran have accused Israel of being behind this attack. Many people in the region believe that and consider this to be an Israeli act of war, not only against Iran, but simply against the Iranian people. Again, this was a terror attack that killed around 100 Iranian civilians, who were commemorating
St. Lotus, I already
the
know what that is
anniversary
without even
of
looking at
a
it.
U.S. act of war, Donald Trump's act of war.
Without even looking at that tweet, St. Lotus, let me guess, it's Abdul doing his Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good thing with Pascal, right? That's what it is? I know Abdul. I know he was going to be on top of this right away.
Against their country. We are in a very dangerous moment in which the U.S. and Israel are already at war with Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. Israel is carrying out this brutal war in Gaza, and it's being accused of genocide in the international stage. And multiple officials in the U.S. and Israel are calling for expanding what is already a regional war into an all-out war with Iran. This is a very perilous moment, and there is a lot more that I could say. There are other details that I want to add, but I'm going to conclude this analysis here today, and I'm going to be doing other videos soon in which I discuss other geopolitical aspects of these conflicts, and in particular, I'm going to also do an analysis of South Africa's case in the International Court of Justice accusing Israel of genocide. If you like the work that we do here, please like and subscribe on whatever platform you're watching or listening on. If this is YouTube, please like the video and subscribe to our channel. If you prefer listening to all of our episodes, you can check out the Geopolitical Economy Report podcast. And most important of all, if you like the work that we do, please consider supporting us over at geopoliticaleconomy.com/support. There are several ways you can donate. The best way is you can go to patreon.com/geopoliticaleconomy and become a patron. We are completely independent. We have no large institutional support, no big donors. We rely entirely on small donations from viewers
Except for
and
the
listeners
all the
like
white
you.
collar crimes.
I'm Ben Norton, the editor of Geopolitical Economy Report.
Anyway, I linked the video in the chat, so please do give it a like and make sure you're subscribed to Ben's content. Friend of the stream. A friend of the stream. Yeah, I don't feel super great about this trade. The Pascal trade. I was in the camp that we should just be re-signing Pascal. Not to move off this like really important subject. Bruce Brown is a nice piece. Jordan Nwora is one of the other guys, is a kind of prospect. And 3 first rounders. If those are Indiana's picks, though, those are not going to be great picks. You know, getting the 3 first round picks is nice, and they have a pretty good record in the draft, so that's not nothing, but would he want to resign? I think so. Like, I think he was always open about the fact that he wanted to stay there. Anyway, I'm happy. I'm going to miss Pascal Siakam. He's going to be a great piece for the Pacers. Like him playing with Siakam playing with Halliburton on the Pacers is going to be deadly. Like that I think that makes the Pacers pretty much officially a actual contender in the East right now. We got to watch this this Claire Daly speech. I think that was another thing that maybe I should try to get Claire Daly to come on this show. She's fucking great. And let me find the Ryan Grimm post about this. Okay, because when I looked at it, it doesn't seem to be there now, but there was a community note. There was a community note on that Claire Daly post being like correcting Ryan Grimm's post. It was absolutely amazing, actually. She's just absolutely tremendous. I should really reach out and try to get her on this show. I think that would be great. But worth watching this speech, though. She absolutely annihilates Biden. Biden should just retire. He should just retire after this. And for a while, there was a community note. Ryan Grimm says European Parliament member from Ireland disowns Biden. There was a community note under the post. It seems to be gone now. That was like, Claire Daly is a controversial Irish politician who has divided the EU and doesn't really have support in Ireland and doesn't speak for everyone in Ireland. It was like, what the fuck is this community note? Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's not like correcting misinformation. It's literally just like adding context. Like, dude, she's actually bad, though. That was the community note. Let me see if I can find it. Trying to see if I can find it. No. Anyway, let's just look at this clip because it's really fantastic.
Despite the catastrophic death toll it has inflicted, Israel is losing on the ground and in the court of public opinion. There's no way that this ends that doesn't leave Israel a pariah state with occupation and apartheid on borrowed time, and they know it. So they're doing everything they can, desperate acts of aggression to provoke a wider conflict with Lebanon, with Iran, with anybody, to draw in the US, to save them from the consequences of their own actions. And as Yemen shows, Butcher Biden is reporting for duty. With Europe's proud genocide by his side, they are the ones who have enabled the continuation of Israeli terror. Without them, it would already be over. So take note, Butcher Biden. The ancestors of the Ireland that you claim to be from disown you. Keep our country out of your mouth. And as for von der Leyen and genocidal Germany, with your words and deeds supporting Israel in the ICJ, not in our name. The people of Europe stand with Palestine and with South Africa.
Oh, man. Absolutely fucking amazing. Oh my God. So here's the community note, and thank you, Relic for tracking it down. It doesn't, sometimes it's sketchy. It doesn't show up like when I look at it online, but here was the community note, at least for a little while. A community note on Ryan Grimm's post about this, Ryan Grimm didn't editorialize anything. He didn't approve of it. He didn't make any kind of comment like that. He literally just said, here's this European Parliament member from Ireland disowns Biden. And this community note pops up. Claire Daly is a highly controversial Irish politician who is accused of nepotism, support for dictators like Putin and Assad. There it is again when you criticize Western foreign policy in Ukraine or in Syria. Oh, you support dictators like Putin and Assad. Every fucking time, causing divide in the European parliamentary left, and arguably, so the European parliamentary left, oh yeah, that wants to wants to support NATO and wants NATO to arm and fund extremists in Ukraine and Syria. Oh, she's dividing the left with this kind of rhetoric, causing divide in the European parliamentary left, and arguably doesn't represent not just dead Irish ancestors, but also majority of living Irish. Like, that's what the community note said, which is purely like editorialism and spin. Like, it's not helpful. It's not like correcting the record. It's not like challenging disinformation. It's purely like just making an argument. It's really purely just someone's opinion. Yeah, just let some idiot replier write that. There's no need for community notes to correct the record on that. Yeah, divided the left in the EU Parliament. That's rich. That's really rich. Some say she's rude and mean, and people think she sucks. Reddit reply asked note. It really is like that. Community note. This politician is someone that the community note author personally disagrees with. Like, you might as well just put it like that. Anyway, that was an amazing speech, and she's just been her and Mick Wallace in the EU Parliament have just been consistently fucking amazing over the last 2 years. Oh, I'm really fighting off a 3 p.m. sleepies attack right now. Is anyone else getting the 3 p.m. sleepies? First, they came for the left in the EU Parliament, and I didn't speak up. I mean, that's just an amazing concept, this idea that like there's this left in the European Parliament. I was, but then I had a 3 p.m. coffee. I do have some coffee that I could heat up, but you know what? I used the last of my cream. Got no cream. What? Sorry. Matt, Unelectable Airwaves, had a funny comment a minute ago, too. That's the community note. And I've never heard of Brandon referred to as a Ho Brandon. I think that's interesting. Important to note, Ho Brandon did not, in fact, get owned here. Thank you. Black like my heart? No, I can't. My heart is not black, first of all, and I don't enjoy coffee like that. Okay, well, so Diego says, are we doing a bit? There is a left in the European Parliament, and it's against most of the shit the EU comes up with and consists of socialists from all EU countries. Well, and, you know, that's great, but I guess this idea that Claire Daly has been accused of dividing the EU left, I think that's the editorial line that I think I would disagree with on there. And if there's a left that really finds what she has to say about U.S. foreign policy or Western foreign policy in Israel or Ukraine or everywhere, I wouldn't really consider those people to be on the left at all, because that to me, she's making a basic anti-imperialist argument, you know? So this idea that she's like dividing the left with these kind of statements, I think is probably not accurate. It was autocorrect. Okay. I thought you were just calling him Ho Brandon. I was like, wow, that's scathing. That's absolutely scathing. Ho Brandon. Oh, that's good. All right, what else do we got here? I can stick around for another hour or so. Let's see what else we have to look at here. What sources would you trust to put the Russia-Ukraine conflict into a timeline? I mean, I have found Breakthrough News really valuable for that. I think Brian Becker with Breakthrough News has had a really strong, consistent, and nuanced stance on this since before the conflict began. He was very valuable for me and people in this community to kind of put that into a context about why that conflict began in the first place. And as we know, it didn't just begin in February 2022. It began long before that. Brian Becker, I think, has had a really consistent stance on that. And he's also warned people not to kind of like put Putin on a pedestal, and for people not, even if you oppose NATO, even if you oppose Western foreign policy in Ukraine, the proxy war in Ukraine, to not uphold Putin like he's this great moral figure, or to engage in this kind of Russian chauvinism. So I think he's had a really consistent and nuanced stance on that since before the conflict started, has given it a historical grounding, and has been a really vital resource for me and others during the last 2 years of that conflict. Just got back from going out to lunch with a friend. They charged me $5 for a fountain pop. I'm sorry to hear about that. Did you see the post from Ian Miles Chong the other day where he's like, he didn't realize that it was like syrup in the fountain soda machine, syrup and like carbonated water? He thought there was a big like gas tank filled with Dr. Pepper under the McDonald's or whatever. I love those fountain sodas. I think if I hit the jackpot, there's not a lot of things that I would do, but I would probably get like a fountain soda machine. Rolling kegs of Dr. Pepper off the truck. I think I would do that. I probably wouldn't move out of the apartment that I live in right now if I became all of a sudden overnight very successful. I love my apartment. You know, I like living here. I would probably stay there, but I would get some fancy shit like that. I'd get a nice OLED TV and I'd get a fountain Diet Coke machine. Yeah, no problem, Surfer McGritty. I mean, I would, I don't know how you could find it, but Brian Becker did a really good explainer before the conflict even started, a really good explainer that talked about the historical context of Russia and Ukraine and exactly what was happening, which is not this like Western version of events, which is total like Fantasyland stuff. Definitely recommend that. What else do we have here? What else could we look at here? I saw there's a new Vijay Prashad thing on Breakthrough News, but maybe I'm going to hold off on that because, as we know, Vijay is going to be coming on the show in about a month's time. So maybe hold off on that for a little bit. That's right, Vijay Prashad, friend of the show, my personal friend. Vijay Prashad, he's coming back on the show in 1 month's time. I don't know what the Western version would be, but please don't mention it. Well, I mean, now that you've told me not to, now I want to. The Western version is that Ukraine was a beautiful, unique culture that was attacked and genocided by the evil Soviet Union. They were forced to fight for the Red Army against the Nazis, and were victims of Soviet imperialism for decades until they finally overthrew the horrific Soviet regime and became free and democratic and prosperous, until Vladimir Putin years later just became jealous and just decided one day to attack Ukraine because he's mean. He's a mean guy, and he was unhappy that Ukraine had become so prosperous because of its Western values that it adopted, and he just decided to attack them one day for just because he felt like it. That's the Western version of events. Russians just enjoy being evil. That's right. That they just love being evil. It's just in their genetics. It's in their DNA, just like the Palestinians, you know? There's just something about them. They just love to be violent and to blow shit up, you know? Nothing we can really do about it. I'm just looking to see like what else we might be able to watch here. What's this, Dapper Cat?
When you're launching a new product with a tight...
Sorry. Is this good? I saw this in my news feed, actually. Is this good? Do you recommend this? Calling the Houthis Iranian proxies is especially aggravating because they're the national government of a fucking country right now. No, I know. And like, as you can see, if we look at the community note that's on my tweet about this, it's literally, the community note is supposed to be about, you know, correcting misinformation, and it's literally sharing disinformation. Look, this is supposed to be community notes. They're supposed to be like correcting misinformation. And I make this statement. Yemen is one of the only countries right now meaningfully acting to protect international law and human rights, which once again, is a statement that I stand by 100%. I don't regret it. I don't apologize. I was right to say it, and I'm going to continue saying it. And the first thing, the Houthis are a Yemeni rebel group and not the Yemen government. They are also not defenders of human rights. It literally is the Yemen government. It literally, like, it is. That's misinformation. That's misinformation in the community note. And again, they're also not the defenders of human rights. Again, this is just an opinion. When we're talking about this Red Sea blockade, which is being done in order to support Palestine, in order to put pressure on Israel to stop their genocide in Gaza, they're objectively doing more to defend human rights right now, as I said in that tweet, than anyone else. That's not, like, it's not even opinion. But then they're saying, no, they're not. And look at all these links to Saudi state media and Human Rights Watch to show that how wrong that is. Like this whole thing about reinstated slavery. This is Saudi state media. This is Saudi state media. This website. Bastion of human rights and democracy, Saudi Arabia. This is a Saudi website. This is on the community notes. The Houthis cut off water supply. Wait till these people hear about Israel. Yeah, no, exactly. Anyway, it's pretty amazing the way these community notes have become like an arm of the misinformation apparatus. And the best part, and this is what I've been saying as well, Jay, right? The best part is that even if this stuff is true, it means the West is still less moral than them. So like that, there just reflects poorly on the West, not on Yemen and Palestine. That's what I mean. Like if you see that kind of statement when I say that they're upholding international law and human rights, and it makes you so upset, that is an indictment on your own government that's funding the genocide. That's an indictment of your own government that supports Israel's ability to drop white phosphorus onto little kids. You know, don't get mad at me. Get mad at your own government that you're being outflanked by these this Iran-backed rebel group that has done all these terrible things. The misinfo combat thing is basically a CIA, FBI ops hired out of Google, Twitter, whose job is to censor anything that isn't neolib consensus in the name of combating right-wing disinfo. It's interesting how that was used to get all these liberals on board with this idea. We got to stop the whole Russia. It really goes back to that Russiagate stuff. We got to do something to stop all the Russian disinformation. And you see all these these NGOs like the Open Societies Foundation and all this shit funded by like Soros or like the Intercept guy, the eBay guy, Olimdar, I can't remember his name. Funding these like disinformation research things, research NGOs and think tanks to root out the sources of this disinformation. Pierre Omidyar, thank you. Which is really just about enforcing a specific narrative about events, whether it's in Ukraine or Syria or Palestine or elsewhere. Rooting out this disinformation. It means ensuring that the Western version of events is always the one that is the real truth, and everything that questions that is disinformatia. It's disinformatia, and everything that we promote as the official narrative is the real truth. So I'm just looking at some other stuff to take a look at. Between TOS enforcement, Patriot Act, and this disinfo combat stuff, I'd say the US web is pretty actively fucking censored against left-wing content specifically. And that's the amazing thing as well. We talk about our free speech and our freedom of expression. We criticize like China, for example, about this censorship regime. And then when a censorship regime gets implemented right in front of our eyes, the very people that are making these arguments are like, yes, this is good. It's good that we're doing this. You know? Let me just check one more thing here. Don't mind me. I'll put on some music while I'm taking a little pause here. I might actually just take a little short 5-minute break, actually, folks. Would that be okay with you? Would it be okay with you if I took a short break, a short little 5-minute break. No. Ghost Army of Bots says no. Okay. You're allowed to use the restroom. Oh, thank you, Sophia. Thank you. People are so generous. You may be excused. Thank you. And I'll remind everyone again also that if you want to support this show, please do so. Please do so. Only 26 subs to get to the goal, which is barely anything at all. It's a measly, minor 26 subs to go to get to the goal. As I mentioned as well, tips also very valuable at this time. If you want to support the community and support the work that I do, you can tip. I really, really appreciate those tips right now, which Daddy Bezos doesn't get his little greasy little fingers in, and is very helpful at this moment. But also subs, gifted subs, bits, also very, very appreciated, very helpful. Do what you need to, and yes, my birthday actually is October 7th. Well, thank you, October 7th birthday. Happy belated birthday to you. I'm going to continue to celebrate October 7th every single day, every single year, excuse me, because of that chatter. Because of that chatter, October 7th birthday. That's the only reason. That's a joke. I'm just doing a joke. That's just a joke. Okay?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ice Tray, thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm just going to take a little... Sorry, I was having a little lie down. Sorry. I think I turned autoplay off. I thought autoplay was gonna carry me through a couple minutes there. Is the knife just out of frame? There's no knife. Okay, you don't need to worry. You don't need to worry about the knife. And there's no, I don't know what to tell you. You don't need to worry about it. You know? I was not having a quick goon sesh. I was just having a little lie down. That's all. Just a little bit of a lie down. Sorry, let me just turn back. Sorry. And go back to here. Yep, here we go. I'm back. Don't put in the paper that there's a knife or that I was gooning. Thank you. As if it could be that quick. I mean, I think in my understanding, I'm just learning more about this concept every day. In my understanding, the whole thing about gooning is that it's not a quick. There's no such thing as a quick. How long does it take for it to become gooning? I don't know. I mean, it seems like it would have to be at least an hour. I would say hour minimum. And that is a speed goon. That's a speed gooning. Community note, Rob Rousseau is known for gooning and enjoying knife play. Oh my gosh. That is not true. Yeah, I think it's minimum 1 hour. Minimum 1 hour. Community note, Rob wrong. I mean, you might as well just just give me those every day. With a link to a Reddit post. Jesus. Community note. Rob sold his daughter to MS-13. You might as well. You might as well just start doing these things. Bob the streamer. That's what they call me. That's what they call me. Community note. Rob is 50 and a blogger. Unbelievable. Can we get a good look at the knife? Is that the famous knife from this emote? It could be. It very well could be. I'm wearing the same shirt. I was wearing this shirt in that emote. That I know. I can't speak to whether it's the same knife or not. It was that expression though. It's hard. You have to make your face go totally slack. The kind of like, in Full Metal Jacket. Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket. I think you have to make it more Kubrick. You have to tilt your head down even more. Skin Suit Edgar was the real slack face. That was really it. That's an iconic D'Onofrio performance. It's my 15 stream streak. Oh, only 15, huh? That's interesting. Only 15. I mean, if you think that's something to celebrate, go. That's fine. Go for it, I guess. I'm not mad. I'm just a little disappointed. You know? I'm just a little disappointed. It's fine. I don't let this streak stuff affect my mental health. How dare Twitch try to keep track of when I am not here? I mean, I find it weird. You should have a 50 stream streak to be able to chat. I think that makes sense. That would be one barrier to prevent Orb Lady constantly coming in here when I'm trying to be serious and sexually objectifying me. Anyway, what else we got today? We can hang out for another 40 minutes or so, I think. I did see that the Raptors traded Siakam. Honestly, I don't like the trade. It's not good. It's not a good trade. The picks are not that good that they're getting back. They didn't get like really a lot of any prospects. I don't know. I don't really like it, honestly. Like they couldn't even have gotten like Obi Toppin or someone like an actual rotation player. I guess they got that. What's his name? Jared Jones. I mean, he's pretty nice, but I don't know. If that's all they could get, I think that's a pretty sad state of affairs. And Brown was a rotation player on the championship winning team last year, so he's definitely not bad at all. It was sort of a fun team for a week or so. That was nice. That one week was nice when I felt positive a little bit. I don't know. They're still rebuilding around Quickly and Scotty Barnes. Those are two. I think those are two. They're going to be star players. They're going to be like borderline. I think Scotty Barnes right now should be an all-star. But they're like borderline all-star players. Both very, very young. Like that's. In terms of like the future, they're still set up pretty well. I think they mismanaged the Siakam situation. I don't think there's any way around that though. I think they absolutely mismanaged that. But like overall, it's not all doom and gloom, you know. It's really Scotty Barnes' team now. Like he's going to be like the guy for the rest of this season, so that'll be interesting to see how he handles that. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's a little doom and gloom. I'm just sad, Pascal Siakam made a championship clinching layup over Draymond Green in the Warriors championship series. Like, what he means to the franchise is just really, it can't be understated. And he's a top 20, top 15 player in the league. From a second, not a second round pick, a late first round pick. You know? So I just think it's disappointing, I think, that he's going to be gone. He's going to feel, like I said, he's going to fit in really well on the Pacers. The Pacers are, I think, legitimate contenders in the East now. Siakam and Halliburton is going to be an absolutely deadly combination, pick and roll combination. RIP to the Warriors dynasty. It is doom and gloom. I mean, how much doom and gloom can it be when they won 4 championships in like 7 years? Like, although I did see their assistant coach died last night. That's kind of pretty sad. He was like at a team dinner as well. So I don't know what else we're doing for the day. Are we just chatting? We're just chatting for the remainder of the day. I'm going to have to keep plugging the stream, 25 subs away from the goal. I'm going to have to continue to try and make the number go up. Look at my haircut. Don't you want to subscribe to this channel? Look at this. A mere 25 subs to go to get to the goal. If you do enjoy this program, folks, please subscribe. It's very, very helpful. Again, tips also super valuable right now. If you can subscribe to this show, if you enjoy tuning into this program, if you like hanging out every single day on here and talking about important stuff and less important stuff and whatever else that we do on here, if you can, please subscribe. It's very, very helpful, and I appreciate it a lot. Can Wiggins make a hometown return? He makes a lot of money and is playing very, very badly right now. So that would be, I don't know. There was a bit of a questionable idea. Orblady fetishizing French-Canadian culture. Exactly. What else is new? What else is new? It is very Canadian, though, the haircut. She would just never dream of doing that. Say croissant. Croissant. That's how it's pronounced. Okay? Rob went to the barber and said, "Give me the Tegan and Sarah cut." I didn't say the Tegan and Sarah cut. I said 80s McCartney. Okay? This is the 80s McCartney. Temporary secretary. Temporary secretary. It's not the Billy Ray Cyrus. That's way longer. That's way longer. It is a bit of hockey hair. That's true. Even though I've never played hockey in my life. Now I can go like this. I can like... It flows. TRRS community is required. Mandatory to get the same haircut. Do people in the States even know Tegan and Sarah? They had a moment. Like, I don't think they know the whole Tegan and Sarah oeuvre. But they had that one album that was big, and they did the Legos. They did the song in the Lego movie. Everything is Awesome. They did that song as well because they had that album that was pretty big. That had some crossover. They had that song Closer. That song was very good. Here we call a mullet Swede hair. We pretend it's because it's ridiculous, but in reality, we Danes simply can't deal with a hairstyle as exquisite as a mullet. Well, you have the ultimate version of that haircut, Diego. The skullet. It's even cooler. It's even more exquisite. Will you braid my hair? I can try. I can certainly try. I don't really guarantee any good results on that. Did the Vandals have a song about mullets? That I don't know. That was never really part of my musical canon, the Vandals. I'm going on airplane mode. See you in a couple weeks. Good luck in your summit. Thanks, Up the Reds. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, that's this weekend. I don't know if you're in the Montreal area or you're nearby. This Saturday, we got a show. We're doing a live thing. We're doing a live show. You should come. It's going to be cool. There's going to be a simulcast in Edmonton, of course. Every day I think about how Orb is an anagram of Rob. They are truly the Rob lady. I never really realized that. I think it's a little odd that you're thinking about that every day. That's a lot. That's to think about that every day, I think is a lot, but that is true though. I didn't realize that. Orb lady is actually my alt. When I want to boost my own confidence, I type secretly and I'm like, wow, you're so handsome. Wow, Chad, can you see how handsome this guy is? I can't believe it. And then I'm sitting here going, oh, no, come on, stop it. Stop it now. Don't say that. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for Dr. Maggot. I'm waiting for the Toronto show, but I will 200% be there. Well, we'll try and work on that. Okay, Kijiji Genie. I'll try to think about, after we do this one, I'll try to think about something for this summer maybe in Toronto. I think that would be really cool. So maybe that's the next stop. Did you know your name is an anagram for Ouroboros? That might be true. I don't know. Didn't check. I'm just going to say that it is. I'm going to say that it is true. And no, I did not know that. What about a U.S. tour? Well, I am planning to go to the U.S. To either go to the DNC or the RNC or both. That wouldn't be like a real Harbinger Media big event thing, but I would totally love to do like some kind of a meetup or something cool that we could hang out IRL in the meet space. I would really enjoy that. So this is all in the works, okay? It's all in the works. This post has been fact-checked by True Patriots, True Rob Heads. We can meet up to discuss our plans for the DNC. We don't have plans. The U.S. field trip is together, everyone together to fly to Pyongyang. I honestly do want to do that one day. I do absolutely want to do that one of these days. That's not a bit. Everyone invited over anytime. Cool. And you're in Chicago, right, Matt? I'm there. I'm gonna come crash on your sofa. I'm gonna squat in Matt's living room, and I'm gonna live there. And once you stay for a few days, I'm allowed to stay permanently. That's gonna be my own little area. What's the best Canadian whiskey? I don't know. I don't really drink whiskey, so I really couldn't tell you. I don't have a couch or an air bed. If y'all come to Oklahoma, you're all gonna have to stay with Dr. Maggot, or we can just all go in the big bed. Right? It's gonna be warm. It's gonna be comfy. I don't see what the problem with that is. No, not the floor. Not the floor. No. We already came to a solution, actually. We already found a solution to this issue. Christ-like chatter. Thank you for another 420. It's the weed number. We got another laugh.
Love you, Rob. Here's another laugh.
We can watch SpongeBob movie. That's good. Let's see that. And remember, folks, if you're able to support the show with a tip or a sub or a gifted sub today, much appreciated. Much appreciated. 25 subs to go to get to the goal. Remember, if you enjoy this program, folks, if you enjoy the program, please support it by subscribing or tipping or giving bits or any of that good stuff. I must make the little number go up every single day, as you know. So if you do enjoy this program and you want to support the work that I do here, please subscribe, gift subs, bits, or tip. The tips are so useful right now.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego, for the gifted sub. Yeah, Portage Park, it's nice. Maureen will have traumatic memories of all the Canadian DJs that overstayed their welcome. She loves trauma. Good. See, it's fine. It's going to be no problem.
Hey, I'm Eric Andre. I'm here at the Republican National Convention.
I would actually love to do this.
Are you anti-abortion?
Our delegation is duly bound to cast 10 votes.
Because I'm Uncle Abortion. How about I knock you up and we get rid of the dang thing? I'm looking for the transgendered bathtubs in here. I gotta do a number 2. Do you have any idea where those are at?
Oh my god. It slowed down. I thought he was just doing a bit where he was like, he was going, I'm Eric Andre. I thought he was just doing a bit, but it slowed down. That joke really worked like that, though. Wow. That joke really worked with that cadence. How about we go and get knocked up and get rid of the damn thing? I was vibing on the slowed down version as well. That was good.
Yeah, I'm ready for the Rascal Flatts concert later.
Rascal Flatts.
Did you hear the new Rascal Flatts song?
Which one?
It goes, flat on my back, I'm a f***ing rascal. Tickle my tummy, I'm a little asshole. We're on Interview TV. We're interviewing people in the middle of interviews. That's what we're talking about. We're breaking our shot. No, that's what it's called. It's called you're in the middle of an interview TV. Black Lives Bladder.
That's
shows you this is an obvious outside globalist force. Of course they come here and say our veterans and our police are the enemy because they're the enemy. The globalists are the enemy.
Alex, I just want an interview with Alex. I just want an interview with Alex.
We talk about that was seen as radical. Hey, let's bring the Daily Show guy up here.
Why can't I?
Let's bring the agitator on in here.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, man, how you doing? What's your name?
Hey, they keep pushing me, but I just want to sign up for the open mic.
No, the Democrats are never violent, like the Black Lives Matter events and attacking the Trump people.
I'm not a Democrat either. I'm a nihilist.
I know. But the Daily Show's not a Pentagon weapon program.
I'm not on the Daily Show. I'm on MySpace.
Okay, well, that's good. But listen, I mean, you seem like you're upset.
I want you to have sex with my wife.
So just trying to be shocking.
No, not at all. Here's my hotel key. I want you to have sex with my wife. Why does my pee-pee come out yellow? But when
now I know what's going on. This is
Hey, thank you. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm trying to get Zootopia tickets.
Fucking scumbag piece of shit. Get the f out of here.
I'm trying to get on stage.
I'm trying to
get on stage. I'm trying to get on stage.
Yeah, they totally thought he was Trevor Noah.
You're not Martin Luther King.
You're not. Hey, you're not. Coachella sucks this year.
That was good. That was very good. I really did like that cadence, though. I would get out of here and knock you up and get rid of the damn thing. Alpha brain, long-term consequences. Again, I got to start selling supplements on here. I think that's the key. That's the key to how to become successful. A success story in the streaming world. "10 hours of slowed down Eric Andre to vibe to." You know it, AM Howell. You know it.
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag. Hangs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I wanna ask him if he'll be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
Fantastic. I wanna be. Another friend of the show. Friend of the stream, Nick Let's Go. Crickets. I didn't see that one. I got to check that one out. I was blown away by Dracula Can't Get Wet. I think that was one of my favorite songs of the summer. Like, not just one of my favorite Nick Let's Go songs. I think that was legitimately one of the best songs that I heard in the last year. I'll never remember who Dan Bongino is. Dan Bongino came after me one time when I was saying the AR and AR 15 cents for assault rifle. And Dan Bongino tried to come for your boy with the misinformation when he incorrectly suggested that it did not stand for assault rifle. Everyone knows that's what it stands for. It very clearly stands for assault rifle. Thank you, Regime Pilled. If you come for this blogger, you better not miss. That's right. I've 50 years of experience. Okay. I've got a particular set of skills that I've picked up over these 50 years. A particular set of blogging skills. Excuse me. What you asked before Rob calls the web ring for backup. The guest book. I'm going to hit up every name in the guest book. And it's going to be on your ass. On my tripod website. Yeah, my counter's over 6 digits. Thank you. You're going to talk to me? You're going to talk to me? Have you seen my web counter lately? I wish I could find the website that I made when I was like 12 years old. I really don't think it exists anymore. I wish that it just existed in some graveyard, some internet graveyard somewhere. If MySpace and web rings had been around at the same time, I would be as rich as Elon Musk. Seriously. Why am I so red? I don't think I'm red. Am I red? I just sneezed, so that could have something to do with it. I'm a bit flush? Okay. Yeah, there used to be free there was websites like GeoCities, Angel Fire, Tripod, and you could just have a little website on those. I was just remembering, like, I'm trying to find, I don't even think this website exists anymore. One of the very first websites that I ever visited. One of the very, very first websites that I ever, used was called The Wierzbowski Hunters. Because I loved the film Aliens so much. And Wierzbowski is one of the obscure space marines that doesn't have a lot of screen time. He's in like 3 or 4 shots in the whole movie. It's one thing that in that film they really develop all these different side characters, but this is like he really doesn't have any screen time. I don't think he has any lines in the movie except ah. And there is a website called Wierzbowski Hunters that just cataloged all the sightings of Wierzbowski in the movie. And for some reason, I went to this website multiple times. I don't know. Like, you'd think just once would be enough, but I routinely visited this website. Do you like Alien or Aliens more? I think my official stance here, now that I'm like an adult, is that Alien is the better film, but Aliens is I prefer it. Aliens is maybe my favorite movie of all time. And in fact, I have an Aliens poster right up there. You can't see it. It's the frame right up there. You get a little exciting little glimpse into what's going on behind the out of frame. Thank you, Diego. It is very mature. I agree. The Wierzbowski Hunters. I don't want to spoil too much here.
Jesus Christ, Apone, what is going on?
Spassky, Crow are down! Dietrich! Crow! Dietrich, Frost, off the board!
Sound off! Frost!
Frost! Where's Spassky? Where's Spassky?
There he is. Dead. Tragic. A true tragedy. What's going on up here now? What else was he in? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if the actor ever did anything else. Man, I've gone off the rails here. What is going on here now? I've lost complete control of my life. I feel like my hair was looking really good with this new haircut, and now all of something has changed here. Something has shifted. Now I'm not so sure. I'm gonna get going soon, folks. It's 4:10. I gotta go pick up my kid from school soon. What's on the shelf behind me? Just books. Books and my Lenin statue. Books and my Lenin statue. It's 4:10. Rob has something to do in 10 minutes. You have to do the flip and tussle. Mr. Vincenzi, there's so much pressure when it's on camera. You ever try and correct a hair thing when there's like people watching and you're on camera? It's very stressful. Oh, you found the Wierzbowski Hunters. That's good. Wow. That's a real nostalgia hit. I don't know how old I must have been like 11 or 12, or I don't know how old I was. Enjoy lively discussion about the Weirs Man. Musings, what's new? New Wierzbowski unearthings and stuff like that. Yeah, 1995. Unbelievable. I'm so old. Special edition or theatrical. We watched Aliens in the Community last year sometime, and I didn't properly communicate to Marty that we needed the theatrical. And then I was watching the theatrical on my TV and it got all messed up. And I don't think the extended edition really adds anything to it. There's some stuff at the beginning with the colony that you see what's going on in the colony before everything goes bad. But I don't think that's necessary. I like they show up at the Hadley's Hope colony on LV-426 and it's just a big disaster and they don't know what happened. I think as the viewer, that's way more exciting. And there's some stuff with these turret guns that they set up. There's a whole kind of subplot with that. I don't like it though. I'm theatrical. You're a special edition man? Well, I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not going to take it away from you. The Ripley daughter bit is kind of cool, and it does give a little bit more character motivation. Overall, though, I prefer the theatrical cut. Folks, I got to get going soon. I got to go pick up my kid in a couple of minutes from school. I'm at 11 out of 35 subs for the day. Now, people have been very generous, and people are always very generous supporting this program. People have sent me some tips today, which I do appreciate a lot. That's going to be really helpful. One final push, though. If there's anyone else that wants to support this program, help me make the little number go up before I get out of here. I would appreciate it a lot. Every little bit helps. It makes you a member of this community. You can join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. In fact, let's watch this little video. Let's watch this little video, okay? It's been a while since we threw this on, okay? And I need your support. I need your support, chat. I want to see Rob without his top. There she goes again. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, these kind of comments. You know, I'm a person. I'm a person. I'm a human being. I have feelings and thoughts. I'm not an object. Not right now. Okay, well. Fair enough. Anyway, here's the video, folks. If you can, please support the community. Please support the work that I do on here on Twitch with a sub or a gifted sub or bits or a tip. It's much appreciated. Here's the video that's going to explain the whole system to you if you're not familiar.
Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down cloud tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the Chaos Zone and all the way into the Elite tier. It's not a cult.
See, it says it right there. In case anyone was concerned. In case anyone was concerned with that. So, folks, does anyone else want to join this community? Support the community, support the work that I do on here, join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. That's Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down cloud tiered reward system. All the questions are answered in the video. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If you can, please subscribe. Again, people have been tipping and been very generous, and I really appreciate that. I'm not going to crack the whip too hard here. Maybe a little. If that's what you want. I think some of you do want that, actually. I was wondering about that first-time visitor. Sorry for noobness. No problem at all. No problem. I understand why that might be kind of concerning or alarming to some people. That's why I wanted to show that video to dispel any kind of any of these notions. And I know any moment now. Any moment now. Came from the eye candy, staying for the cultlessness. Well, you're going to fit right in here. Did we abandon the sandworm pick? I kind of miss it. I don't even know. I really haven't leaned on that too much lately, have I? There was a whole bunch of worm pictures as well. Yeah, I mean, this is classic. That's a bit better. Classic. We got to feed the worm, folks. I'm here for about another 10-15 minutes. I saved some of the scarier Worm God Rob picks somewhere. It was Jameson that was making a lot of those really weird ones. That was actually like kind of upsetting to look at some of them. What are your thoughts on this? I don't know. Let's see. I see. It's so over for the Empire. China's inventing Transformers now.
This is the Kia Optima Prime. This is the only way to prevent people from stealing your Kia. This is the Kia Optima Prime.
Show the video of my dog wearing shoes.
This
Is that even going to work? Oh man, it's kind of a dangerous game I'm playing right here. I don't know how to do that. It is very adorable though. It is very adorable, I'll tell you that much. It's a dog and it's wearing little shoes. Can you believe that? Look at this.
Oh, buddy.
Who's this at?
He's wearing little shoes. And we got some Lucid Fox feet as well in there. If you want to screenshot this and zoom in, you got multiple toes visible in this image. That's exciting. Okay, it's really bugging me. Oh my gosh. It's weird throughout the day. I have to deal with this shifting lighting situation. It's so bright and good lighting, and then the sun starts to go down. It gets all weird and gloomy on here. That's going on WikiFeet. Well, folks, 4 hours into this stream, 4 hours in, I really got to go. You know, I really appreciate everyone that's tuned in and supported the show and sent me tips today as well. I really, really appreciate that. Seriously. I would like to sign off for the day with a slightly higher number of subs, but you know, again, people in this community support the work that I do on here so much. It's something that is not lost on me. I do appreciate it a lot. So, you know, I'm not gonna. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Start yelling at people? That's not what I'm about. That's not what I'm about. I think that's the problem, Diego. Well, it's not a problem. It's actually good. Because this is a working class community, is ultimately what it comes down to. Thanks, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow, okay? Please give my regards to our friend DJ Mule. Thanks, as always, for all the support, everyone, and the people showing up to hang out, to watch this program. I really appreciated the tips today. That's going to be really, really helpful for me. I'll be back tomorrow. And it was a pleasure, as always, to spend time with you. It's my favorite thing to do. Not only is this my doing this show, it's I love it. I love coming out and hanging out with folks every single day. What an honor and a privilege to be able to come on here and hang out with people and have enjoyable conversations and have fun and learn about things. Wonderful. I'll see you folks tomorrow.